Welcome in. Sorry, folks. Pardon the delay there. I had a couple last-minute things I had to get taken care of because if there's one thing that we're famous for here at Thunderhead Studio, it is being prepared on time, every single time. We get it right, 100% of the time, or at least every now and then. One of the two. There's no middle ground there. One of the two extremes. How are we doing tonight, chat? Let me get caught up to square. Data Nerd, there's Roland, Project Dark Fox, Dr. Rhino, good to see you, man. How are things? Oh, Data Nerd, Roland, depressed and angry. I'm so sorry to hear that, man. That's quite a shift from last time. You were feeling really jazzed on finding your groove again. I hope everything's okay. Oh, shit. I'm sorry to hear that, man. That's a rough time for fucking anybody, dude. Ooh, we got Ion Raptor Designs coming in with that next door neighbor, Wilson Energy. Heidi ho, nerdarinos. Romeo Void hanging out. We got Scud 24. And look, there's Steel Warrior Studios. He can't stick around. He never can. He's a busy man. Oh, you threw me a shout out on Facebook? Oh, that's thoughtful of you, man. I appreciate that. Hutchback, good to see you again, my friend. How are you doing today? Had a weird day. I made an inflammatory post on Facebook today. Not about anything like political or social. I stay in my lane. You guys, I stay in my fucking lane, and my lane is miniatures and miniature gaming. It's absolutely my lane, so I made an inflammatory post on the Privateer Press Warcaster Neo Mechanica page, and by no, I didn't get into a gunfight with another Amazon driver. That was one time this happens. That was a weird time, though, to be fair. Trying to roll forward on this new AdMech Army conversion project. Well, there's your problem. There's your problem right there, Dr. Rhino. The Skitarii do not roll forward on anything. They stomp forward on metal legs. You must stomp forward on the project if you hope to make it anywhere at all. Could be worse, could be a skunk. Yeah, thankfully I haven't had to deal with that. Oh yeah, I guess Hutchback is a newcomer to the stream, but yeah, about a year ago, kind of toward the beginning of lockdown, when people were still trying to figure out what the hell everybody was doing, I had a very, very aggressive Amazon driver who drove his van through my yard and then proceeded to berate me and then drive by my house multiple times very slowly, and I believe threatened to come back and shoot me. I think everyone was a little stressed at the time, so I try to remember that when I think of that incident. I'm like, everybody was having a bad day. But that wasn't great. That was not a great day. It really wasn't. Then there was the time I had to shoot a skunk. Different instances, probably equally unpleasant. What about Skitarii with treads? Skitarii don't have treads. You're thinking of those cyborgs, which are not actually Skitarii, the ones with the tread legs. There's a whole thing, Scud 24, about the Skitarii not using wheels and the lower halves of their legs all being replaced with steel prosthetics. I don't remember it. It's something in the book talks about it, like they don't bother with transport because they can walk indefinitely. They don't bother chasing you because they'll catch up with you eventually. I don't know. It's been a while since I've read any of the lore. Cataphrons. Yes, thank you, Dr. Rhino. Running its test print now. Yeah. Hethria, what did you wind up getting? Did you get an Elegoo Mars? Hethria recently picked up a resin 3D printer. Is the music a little loud? Is Pretzel just a little bit loud? I'm gonna turn it down just a little bit there. Just a little bit there. I had a funny moment just a few minutes ago, and it's a petty delight that I indulged in, but I'm gonna share it with you, if you don't mind. It's nothing major. It's just there's a person who I don't like. Oh my God, Riot Sister, coming in hot with the... I can't play my... Oh my God, this overlay is lacking my clips, or I would play the clip. Riot Sister, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in Raiders. It's good to see you all. Is it just you? Or is the video jumping around? Is the video jumping around? I hope it isn't. I hope it's just you. Like, I'm sorry if it's just you, but I hope it's just you. Yeah, maybe try refreshing. Twitch is kind of shitty. It's, it needs help sometimes. It needs the occasional refresh. Okay. So I'm not really up to date on the Skitarii limb law. Oh my god, Skitarii, get the fuck out. What are you doing? We don't allow puns that bad in here. Not that I can do anything about that. Apparently, it just keeps happening. Unfortunately. So yeah, I was just reminded of this douchebag that I only interacted with like one time in Texas. I do remember that idea, and that sounds fucking awesome, Dr. Rhino. I want to see that. It's just the guy's just a douchebag, and it's, you know, in this modern era of political and social divisions, it's really easy or tempting and easy, some combination of the two, to look for douchebags and be like, well, they believe the opposite of what I do politically, so that makes sense that they're a douchebag. This one troubles me because, like, we are aligned socially and politically in so many ways, at least on the outside. At least on the outside. The problem is I know this guy. I've interacted with him specifically when he was laying into a small local business owner, and who was a friend of mine, who was just really running a struggling, friendly local game store, and this dude acted like such an unfucking believable asshole. Like, he was lambasting them on social media because they didn't get one of his fucking orders in on time. He went to his, like, social media influencer following and got a bunch of people to leave negative reviews, again, because he didn't get an order of his on time. Like, it was unbelievable, the smug prickery that was involved in this whole incident, and man, it pissed me off. It has been years. I don't even think about it anymore. But just every now and then, you know, a name sort of creeps across your desk, and you're like, I remember that fucking piece of shit. So my petty joy was just noting, I came across the social media, I looked at his little influencer account, and I was like, oh, that's cute. And this is where the pettiest thing I'm gonna say all day is gonna come in. Actually, that's probably not true. I might say something pettier than this later. But this is gonna be the pettiest thing I've said in the stream yet, given that we're only 15 minutes in. We're doing pretty good there. But I went ahead and investigated. Like, let me just see what Homeboy's up to. Let me see what his following is. Oh, he's streaming on Twitch. He's been doing it for a few years. Oh, my numbers shit on his head. Oh, just shits all over him. Like I said, this is the pettiest thing I'm going to indulge in for a while today. But it brought me some pleasure that he's been doing it like 3-4 times longer than I have, and my numbers just crap all over him. And ultimately, you know who I have to thank for that? You guys. You guys in chat right now, you are the reason that I got this petty little thrill today where I could look at this smug, false, you know, good public face-wearing, absolute entitled douchebag, and know that no matter how pretty a mask he wears, he still just isn't very likable. And that's what I look at it as. It's not that I'm much better than him, it's that he just is not a likable person. No matter how many masks he wears, no matter how many of the things he does right, according to the Instagram influencer accounts, it doesn't make him any more palatable. Now, I'm the prettiest, most popular girl from high school. Exactly. See, Scud gets it. I'm the prettiest girl at the ball. I hope you guys don't mind little moments like this. I just like to, you know, I am a petty, insecure, small-minded man. Like so many others, and I just like to own it. I just, you know, the one thing that may differentiate me from so many other people like me that you know, is that for the most part, I'm willing to just admit that it's true. The army of paper cuts. Oh, thank you, Daytrin. Yeah, no, you help, man, absolutely. Is that kind of personality hardly surprises me to hear. Yeah, he's... He's the kind of person that, not discussing him personally anymore, but just a type of person I've known throughout my life. It's like they say and they do everything right, you know? Like they consult this week's social media algorithm for the things that are popular to say. And I looked at his analytics because I couldn't help myself, and I noted that a boost in his popularity on all of his little Instagram and influencer accounts and everything came around the same time. Middle of the pandemic, he made it into a local news story that went a little bit viral. And he got a big boost in popularity from that. Like, his numbers went poof, and then they just leveled, and then they've started to slowly drop. So I'm like, you know what I need to do? I need to stage some sort of event that's going to make national news and make me seem like a good guy. Guys, we got to get on this. Can we get to staging some sort of event where I, like, get into a fight with someone who's actually wearing a Nazi uniform, you know? Where I, like, run in wearing a Captain America t-shirt and sock some dude on the jaw like Steve Rogers socking that Hitler actor. We could really take this over the top if we put some thought into it. Fuck them all. So that was a fun moment for me today. What are y'all up to? How are things? How are things out there in the Twitchverse, out there in the world? I hope you guys are having a good day. We're going to be painting a little bit more Warcaster today. I'm not going to make every single upcoming painting stream about Warcaster Neo Mechanica. I like to keep myself moving. I like to keep rotating through projects. And man, I have a lot of Battletech to paint right now. I got my hands on one of maybe Punch Out and whoever greenlit another shitty Aliens first person. Did they do that? I'm sorry to hear that. Len Drake, I'm also sorry to hear that you've got to do work, my friend, but I hope that being able to hang out in chat makes it just a little bit more palatable. Just a little bit. Only worked 8 hours? I'm going to assume that that's a good thing. Project Dark Fox finished Chaotic Harmony's t-shirt design. Ooh, do we get to see it? I want one. Why don't I have one? Yes, Aether is absolutely correct. I have a Sanguinius all primed and ready to... You know, you have no one to blame but yourself, Hethrier. You did this. You are the reason that for the last week, Warcaster has been the only thing on my mind. But the good news is that I am a fickle, changeable sort of person, and my focus will wane very quickly as I move back to a number of other things. But yeah, I got my hands on one of the new Oryx battle mechs from Metalcore Collectibles that we are going to have to be working on here in the near future. Won't be the first painted one, because old Cyber Knight over at Metalcore has this habit of painting all his own stuff before he releases it, which, by the way, can I say, that is a fantastic policy. Not enough 3D printers out there. Not enough people... Oh, because you haven't made the actual shirt yet. Oh, okay, fair enough. I want one, though. Oh, yeah, and I saw that, Ion Raptor. You're doing up some sort of setting agnostic ships for 1 Billion Suns. I am definitely going to be printing some of those, because I'll tell you, I started looking at 1 Billion Suns. I got my book in, and I was like, I need forces for this. And you know, I guess I gotta sculpt some spaceships now. But knowing that Ion Raptor is working on a fleet really takes a lot of the pressure off me, because I don't really, like, want to do that right now. I have so many other projects on my plate. And it's a matter of trust, and I trust Ion Raptor's designs. I know that he knows what he's doing, that he's going to make good files, so I feel this relief, this weight off my chest. If you will, lore-friendly 7 months of subscribing. Who's this nerd that's taking my money? I don't know. I think in some way the answer might be Jeff Bezos, because some of that money's going to him. But that's the nerd that's taking all of our money at the end of the day. Yeah, 1 Billion Suns seem... Joke's on you, I don't have a clue. Ion Raptor, dude, I gave you an opportunity there, man. I fed it right to you, dude. You gotta fake it till you make it, but to get it to the second part, you have to do the first part. You have to fake it. You're not even faking it right now, man. Work with me, Ion Raptor. Work with me. Could we get, by the way, do I have any mods? Yeah, we got Project Dark Fox in the house. PDF, would you go ahead and give Ion Raptor Designs a shout out for me, please? Pretty please, guys. If you're not following Ion Raptor here on Twitch, he does some amazing 3D design work using, oh, he already did. Thank you. Shows how much fucking attention I'm paying. We'll go back to the shout out and click on it and give him a follow, because you're gonna like what you see. He's doing some 3D design work for BattleTech and right now A Billion Suns, using some very accessible tools. I really enjoy watching his process play out. I don't have the guts. Maybe I will here at some point in the near future have the guts to do 3D design live on stream, but I have this feeling every time I go to do it, I'm like, people are going to see how easy what I'm doing is. Like, people are going to see how bad I am at using these tools. People are going to see how much time I spend just staring at a shape, going, how can I make this shape slightly different? How do I make this one little curve? And you go watch other people who are professionals, and they're like, oh, I'll just make this thing real quick. Yeah, just throw this together, use this feature. And I'm like, I'm making it up, guys. I'm making it up the whole time, and I'm very self-conscious about it. But Ion Raptor makes me feel better with his approach to it. Really does, and I love watching you work, man. Lore Friendly, thank you so much for that resub. I really appreciate it. Sumatha ordered up 3 of the 1FC variant Oryxes. It's a damn nice model. Roland, yeah, I think we should do the Oryx in a Storm Chaser scheme. I think so. I'm gonna ask Cybern Knight what he wants for the Oryx, because we could do Storm Chasers or we could do Dreadnought Battlecore. That could work. Riot Sister, thank you so much for being here. You take your time. We'll get to painting here in just a second. I had to, right before the stream, I had to clean all my brushes. I realized that I had meant to do that earlier and I hadn't, so I took him out and I gave him a good soap and to clean, and gave him a little twist into their fine points. And I have to say, I'm noticing, I like these Game Envy brushes, but man, they're not holding a point. They're not holding a point at all like a lot of my other brushes do. And I don't think it's because I'm abusing them, because I'm, not. But like this size 0 I have, man, it splits so fast and so easy. It's a little nuts. I don't know, I need more practice, more work with them, more time, more experience. Roland, if painting helps you calm down, I would say it would be a good idea to go ahead and do it, but if it doesn't, don't push yourself. Don't push yourself to be creative if you're not feeling it, dude. Take the time that you need. I'm very sorry to hear about that. Good half of my stream is just going, SketchUp, why you know work? Yeah, I like to think that a lot. I know there are professional 3D modelers out there who just know their tools so well that they make everything look easy. But I mean, I am very much a self-taught, dangerous amateur, and a lot of the time that I spend in 3D modeling is just staring at shapes, contemplating how to get what I want out of them. But we're working on that. Have I got a plan today? Do I? I don't think I do. I've got a fresh wet palette, I've got some models to paint, I know what colors I'm using, I guess that's all I need, right? Probably. Experimentation and pausing to think are natural parts of the creative process. I like to think so. Just staring at a blank canvas going, what do now? But that's the only way we learn. Am I right? Am I right? I hope I am. Do I look like a man with a plan? I hope not. If I look like a man with a plan, you need to reassess the criteria you use to judge people visually, because that is simply untrue. Hey, my camera's working. How about that? I thought maybe it had frozen. I'm sure it'll freeze at some point. Only because it always does. Paint, rant, repeat a few times, then the storm report. We're more of a plan. I mean, that is the plan. Data Nerd is 100% on board with that. I'll take a moment to show off my... I didn't finish my thought earlier. I started an inflammatory post on the Warcaster Facebook earlier, and it was about these. And it's just because I've been making these printable resin weapons for the Warjacks for the last couple of days, and I finally got some prints out of them. And, well, I was curious about how Privateer Press was going to handle this legally. Because you guys know we've had our little issues with CGL/Tops on the Battletech front, and you guys know that, like, Games Workshop is really, really unfriendly, insofar as they can be, legally speaking, to people who make replacement parts for their stuff, to the point that there's almost like a war on between Games Workshop and 3D sculptors. So I was like, how is Privateer Press going to handle this? Because what I made are a series of 3D printable weapons to magnetize onto these Warjacks, let me grab this one over here. They are just functionally identical to the parts that you get in the weapon packs. And it's just because, the only reason, is because the weapons are metal and they're a pain in the ass to magnetize, drilling holes into metal weapons. Like, ugh. It was easier, ultimately, to sculpt the weapons and print my own versions of them. So I just went ahead and posted to the official page. Hey guys, look, I made this thing. I'm probably going to release it on Thingiverse. The idea was to sort of provoke a response. Sort of poke the bear a little bit just to see what was going to happen. And I'm pleased to announce that it was overall a very positive interaction. One of their sculptors, one of their designers, bristled a little bit at first, and we snarked back and forth at one another, but then that turned into a private conversation, and actually we get along quite well, as it turns out. It's a funny thing. Those of us who are assholes at first glance usually wind up finding out that we're similar people. But we talked about it for a little while, and it was determined, much as I suspected, that things like this shouldn't be distributed freely, because it is essentially a replacement for a product that they already sell. But I really wanted to know how they felt about other things: supplemental parts, cosmetic modifications, terrain pieces, replacement tokens, stuff like that, because I know that some companies aren't as friendly towards that sort of thing. And I'm very, very pleased to find out that stuff they don't mind at all. They're completely on board with it. So I'm like, okay, cool. Now we know where the line is, and that was definitely my curiosity, because I hate doing this sort of thing and it being unclear, or the rules changing, or just if you have a bad relationship with the IP holder, so they might act a little differently towards your stuff than other people's. I just wanted to be on the radar, have a conversation, and be like, alright, so what are you okay with me making, and what are you not okay with me making? And now we have an open line of communication, which I see as an unmitigated positive. And on the other side of this, I'm happy to announce that these resin-printed parts work beautifully and are functionally identical to the original parts. And now I'll be able to swap these out on my Warjacks freely as I decide to change their loadouts. I'm still hoping for some resin Warjacks in the future, and some parts that are designed more with this sort of magnetization in mind, given how list building works. But for the moment, this will do it for me. Now, the one thing I can distribute are the significantly modded parts. Like, this is the basic nailer for the Scourge Warjack, which it looks fine. I have a little bit of a complaint with it just in the fact that it has a single stick mag on top, which I feel like this gun would get through like one or two quick salvos of fire and then it would be completely out of ammunition, and I have no idea how you would change the magazine. So I made this version of it, which has a drum on the bottom and then a belt feed. Yeah, exactly, Sumatha. Just like this. So now instead of having the nailers with the little stick mags, I've got one for each side for when I decide to use it. I can just clip those right on. And they look a little bit more intimidating, a little bit more significant, these lifted up drum magazine belt-fed machine guns. And I figured that I'll probably be producing some more parts like this that are not identical replacements to the original parts, but cosmetic modifications to differentiate them from the originals, and those I can and will distribute. But yeah, I successfully magnetized this guy at long last and got all the resin parts fitted, which is what I wanted to do before I put primer down on him and painted him. So, Once I can get through these infantry, we'll go ahead and have a stream where I start working on some of these Scourge Warjacks for the Aeternus Continuum, and then I go into the Firebrand Warjacks for the Iron Star Alliance. All in all, though, I'm really quite happy with how that all went today, and I am very, very happy that I am now in communication with one of the art designers, one of the artists for Privateer Press and their social media team, because now we can sort of ping one another and communicate. And as I told them, like, literally any time, if I, like, make something and you go, I don't know about that, tell me, and it'll fucking disappear. Absolutely fucking disappear. He does. He has a big old meaty claw. I love the way the claw is positioned on him, too. First of all, it's gigantic, and he still has a hand, so it's a claw that comes off of his forearm, and this thing is ridiculous. Look at that. It's nuts. I love the insane proportions of Warjacks, particularly these new ones. I'm glad you're excited, Hethrir. I am too. I've been printing these off. One of these is on the printer right now. You can see it coming together. I made some modifications to it, and I did the broken ground sculpting. But these are done, and they print nice and smooth. Oh, I'm sorry. I must have missed it. Hang on a second, Sumitha. You know, I move through things so damn quickly. Oh, any word on whether they may be going resin in the future? So that was one of the first things I asked them, Sumitha. They're not able to confirm plans to me directly in any official capacity because those do need to happen through their actual announcements. So the most that I could get from them was a confirmation of a recognition that that is the direction they should be going, and a strong desire to do so. Their production, they did note specifically that the response to their Kickstarters has been so positive that they do think they will be able to, and it's worth noting that their newest line of figures, their heavy warjacks and their vehicles, are largely resin now, with only a few metal parts like pilots and weapons that attach to the resin bodies. So it's definitely a direction that they are trying to move as quickly as they are able to. Again, I was not able to get anything official out of them for obvious reasons. I will say, though, that after asking about it, I had someone say to me, well, you know, just keep an eye out because I think you'll really like some things coming over the next year. This is also confirmation to me after this conversation that they do have releases planned at least 2 years out. They have a roadmap that they are looking at, and while I don't know what's on it, I'm pretty sure it has been intimated to me that it exists. So I'm very happy about that. Thank you, Asri. Yes, so the idea here is the way the objective marker system works in Warcaster. I'll just walk you through my thought process on this for a moment, if you don't mind, since you're here with me. It uses 20mm round objective tokens, which you'll note, I think the widest point on this base for this missile is just over that. It's 21mm. I was really working within the bounds of what's possible here, while still making it look good. Mellow Minis, good to see you. How are you today, my friend? So it's a 20mm objective token, and then the control range for strategic objectives is 1 inch. So the overall diameter of this is, I think, 70.8 to 71 millimeters. Yeah, man, it's been a little while. How are things, Mellow Minis? What have you been working on? So, altogether, the central portion is 20 millimeters, and then the outer portion is another 1 inch ring around that. So you put this on the table, and then if you're touching the ring, the broken ground, the cracked earth, which I'm hoping to get painted over the next few days with just some quick dry brushing so you can see how it looks, if your model touches it, you're in control range. Which is so much easier than putting down a small token and then measuring, like, is that unit close enough? Is that unit close? No, just touch the ring, and then you know. Then you know you're there. It's easy. And this one is supposed to provide cover. Now, there are some where it lists they're supposed to not provide cover, where it's just the objective token and you can move over it. Other ones are supposed to be obstacles that provide cover. So, I went with making this, this is like the only body I could think of that was this tall and this narrow, and I wanted it to be tall because Warjacks can take cover behind it, too. It's, I think it's just over 4 inches tall at its top. Asri, which lines up with the, excuse me, Warjack theoretical height of, no, it's more than that, it's at least 5 inches, hang on. Don't we men on the internet just guesstimate everything at 6 inches? Isn't that how it goes? Why don't I have a tape measure? What's wrong with me? What is wrong with me, rolled fish? Can you answer that question? Welcome. Welcome to the stream, welcome to the Storm Chasers, my friend. Why don't I have a... This is stupid. This is a stupid problem to have. Greater than 3 inches and less than 6. I measured it when I made it, and now I can't remember what it is. I'm so sorry. But my idea here was just that these are meant to represent a whole series of different objectives in the you know, scenarios. Sometimes it's a comm tower, sometimes it's a dig site, sometimes it is yeah, we'll do some painting. We'll get to some painting. It can be any number of things. Sometimes it's a grav anchor, sometimes it's a resource node, and I'm like, how do you make all these things 20 millimeters wide? That doesn't make any sense. So I'm like, okay, let's say that a battle cruiser comes in. These carriers that the Warcasters are in, and they identify the target, they identify a resource node, they identify a piece of equipment that they need to control, but don't yet, which is why they need boots on the ground. So they fire off this series of torpedoes, which are like controlled network torpedoes, slash, you know, like surveying charges. And these hit the ground nearby, and it deploys these little control panels, and then boots on the ground are able to get to these, control them, and like dominate local networks or mark resources for retrieval. This is my thought as far as how this would make sense within the context of a game. Like, your cruiser fires these out, and then you have to go control them. And it fits within all the mechanical requirements of the game, and it prints nice and clean, it prints supportless, and I'm really, really happy with how it came out. I've got 3 of them here. I've got 2 more on my print plates right now. I'm going to try to get these painted up this weekend. I'm trying to get to a point where I can just play some actual games and get some decent pictures of what these figures look like. Warjacks, War Machines, yes, Mellow Minis, we are working on some Warcaster Neo Mechanica, the new game from Privateer Press, which is sort of a continuation of War Machine in a sci-fi setting. Waffles, good to see you, man. How are things? Alright. I'm gonna pull my Eternal Weaver, my Immortal Weaver off of here, and I want to work on some more of these Reavers today. And now that I've got a color scheme in mind for them, I'm going to try to move through the process fairly quickly, starting with their red pants. And then moving up from there. Being attacked by cats. Oh god, somebody call him some help. Do have spring break coming up. Want to come down for a day or two? We can make that work. If I get my Aeternus Continuum painted by then, we could get some good games in, I think. That could be fun. Would have loved Thumpers from Firefall, if that's your idea for objectives. I never played Firefall. It went offline a little while ago, didn't it? I remember it coming out, and then I think the next thing that I saw about it, because I wasn't paying any attention, was, oh, the game's dead now. One with an arm and a leg sticking out from under it. Right on the side of it, like, do not stand, or, you know, drop zone to be avoided. Watch for falling torpedoes. I swear the resources were supposed to be right around here some... Yeah.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Coal Gray. And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
Alright. Move these off to the side since I'm not going to be working on them right now. Got my Pro Acryl Burnt Red, which is going to be the base for a number of features, so we might as well get started. I am going to be doing some batch painting. I should put on my glove. How you doing, Romeo Void? Calling an ammunition reload in Deep Rock Galactic and having it land on a friendly. We've been playing a little bit of Deep Rock Galactic lately with Vergaderung. That game is really quite a lot of fun. It has a delightful overall aesthetic and feel to it. And if by the end of it you're not just yelling rock and stone for no reason, like you're playing the game wrong. I mean, not for no reason. You're yelling it because rock and stone! Which makes perfect sense to me. Wargarble, what's up, White Wolf? How you doing today, man? He's the farmer from Hot Fuzz with the mine, smacking it with a rifle butt. Yeah, see? It's perfectly safe. I haven't watched Hot Fuzz in a while, you guys. That movie is pretty fucking amazing. All that particular series. What is that series called? I can't remember now. The Winchester series? Something like that. The something trilogy, they wound up naming it. The Cornetto trilogy, thank you so much. I knew it was something like that based on something that happened in the first movie. Right now for myself, been getting into Warpath and Grimdark Future. How is this new Privateer Press? So, Mellow Minis, I don't like metal miniatures. See, this is what's been happening. You see it right here. See the split in my brush? I haven't treated it poorly, I've been cleaning it properly, but this split keeps happening over and over, and it was good for like a week. And it's not that there's paint, like, high up in the bristles or anything like that. I don't know why it keeps doing it, and it's starting to irritate me. And if it keeps up, I'm going to have to reassess my Game Envy brushes a little bit, because my Winsor & Newtons are not doing that at all. So, I don't like... I'm going to just start with what I don't like so that you can appreciate where I'm coming at this from. I don't like Warmahordes as a game. I've never liked it. I suck at it, and it was a game where I felt like I never had the opportunity to do well in any way, shape, or form. And I know they tell you that when you start the game, like, we'll just expect to lose your first, like, 100 games. That's not fun. That's not fun to me. I don't want to do that. That sounds like bullshit. And it played to me a lot like Magic the Gathering, if Magic the Gathering was a miniature game. Which some people are clearly into. Okay, fine, whatever. I was not. It was very, very prone to snowballing because everything in the game is highly dependent on having the right combos and synergies between your various units. And if you lose those synergies early on, your units just aren't going to perform optimally, and, you know, it becomes easier for your opponent to destroy your figures, which results in more lost figures, which results in, it just, like I said, it's snowballing. And before you know it, you lost the game. Warcaster fixes almost every single problem that I had with War Machine. It plays fairly fast. The rules are simple to learn while still having a good deal of nuance to them. I'm just really slopping this red in here because we're going to clean it up a little bit later. It has a really fantastic deployment system where when your units are destroyed, they go back into your reserves, and then your reserves are pulled back onto the field by these deployable portals that you can continually toss out. And as a result, the gameplay is much more objective-based than many other comparable systems. Because if you're not playing to the objectives, you are not going to win. Your enemy's forces are effectively infinite. It's technically possible to win by completely destroying your enemy's forces to the point that they don't have anyone on the field, but getting someone to a point where they have no one on the field is almost impossible to do. So the game seems to come down much more often to who's actually playing the objectives rather than who's destroying the most models, and man, do I ever appreciate that. It makes losing figures feel like you're also... Every time you lose a figure, you're gaining an opportunity. because now that figure is in your reserve, and now that figure can reappear almost anywhere on the board through a Void Gate. And that may be the thing that I enjoy the most about the game, is every time something bad happened to me, I felt like I was losing something, but I was also gaining something. And there were a lot of meaningful decisions to make. The same thing with the resource management of the Arc tokens in the game. You have 7 Arc tokens to distribute at any given point. But even when your Arc tokens are just sitting in your pool, your standard rack pool or whatever it's called, where they're not really doing much, they're still doing something because they empower your spells. So when you cast spells, they're getting boosted by that amount. So literally anywhere that you can have Arc in the game is doing something for you. And you can have moments where you feel like you aren't really capitalizing on your resources, and you can very quickly adapt to that. It felt like a very adaptive, very fast-moving game where they've simplified almost everything that I had a problem with from the previous game system. Like, they've actually been listening to their players and trying some new things. And I appreciate that. I had more fun just sitting down and playing Warcaster than I have had just sitting down and playing almost any miniature game in the last couple of years. And that, to me, is the most important thing. If I have fun playing it, I'm interested. That might seem like a no-brainer, but there are a lot of reasons people get into war games. Lore, miniature quality, so on and so forth. If I like playing a game, I'm generally in. And I really, really enjoyed the time I had with Warcaster, and I'm looking forward to playing more of it. Also, I do like the models, and the lore is pretty fun. These guys I'm painting now are... I'm glad that Hethrier pointed out to me, he was like, they're basically Brotherhood of Nod. And I was like, really? And I looked at them, and yeah, they're basically Brotherhood of Nod. And that's an easy way to get me on your side, because, you know, Cain lives in death, peace through power, etc., etc. But yeah, that's Warcaster. And I hope that the game continues to do well. The fact that it's had 2 very successful Kickstarters so far, I think bodes really well. The fact that they have releases planned for at least another 2 years to kind of get it through the doldrums of a new game trying to get off the ground, I think also bodes very well. I'm looking forward to seeing how it plays out, ultimately. Going to go ahead and slap this red on the fusion saw because I know I'm going to be doing a kind of a glow effect here later, and I might as well have my base red down. See, it keeps doing this. It keeps splitting. And it's not because I'm treating the brush poorly, it's just it keeps splitting exactly the same place. And it's a little irritating to me. Quickly rendered this 0 brush into a brush that I can only use for broad detailing. And I'm not pleased with that. Not pleased with that at all, Game Envy. Even though otherwise the brushes have been nice. I'm hoping it's just this one. Why do I wear a glove? Is there a specific reason? There is. So I have a tendency to do this. This is how I sort of control the amount of paint that I have on my brush, test my consistency, is on the back of my hand. And I got really, really tired of scrubbing the shit out of the back of my hand after a paint session, because I'll just leave it there to dry. So it's much, much easier for me if over the course of a paint session I'm mostly slopping paint onto my glove and then tossing it at the end of the night so I don't have to scrub my skin off to get it off. I also wear it because I don't like handling minis that I'm painting, particularly if I'm painting something with a very sensitive surface, like metal minis like I'm doing right now. I don't like to handle the mini with my bare hands, because I end up leaving oils, skin oils, on the mini, and you'll get people going, that's not really a thing, that doesn't really happen, and that's all fun and good, and it's fine to say until the first time you go and paint a mini, and then you pull your brush away, and you let the paint dry, and you realize there's a big fucking fingerprint on their forehead, because that's where you touched it with your hand, and the oil collected the paint in a funny way. So I just try to avoid that from the very start. That's also true, Mellow Minis, and that's something that I've noticed. It helps for the white balance on cameras if you're streaming, to have a nice dark surface, and I have very pale skin. You'll notice that if I put both of my hands on screen at the same time, you can actually wind up with white balance being thrown way off and things turning green. Plus, sometimes gloves look kind of neat at the end of the stream. Yeah, that's something that I've been considering saving more of them for, is sometimes you wind up with a really interesting array of color on the back of the glove at the end of the stream, and instead of washing it down the sink, it can be fun to kind of hold on to. What happened, Roland? Oh, well, what is it super glue? The good news is with super glue, if it's not binding things together too much, if you can make it so it just dries on a surface, you can chip it off later. It will get brittle and it can be chipped off of the surface, usually. I know that's not, you know, much consolation when you just spilled some glue, but it is generally true. I hope that it's helpful. Oh no, on the brushes. God damn it, dude. That sucks. That's terrible, Roland. Yeah, if you get super glue on brushes, that is often kind of the end of them. That's a very difficult one to clean up. Let's see if we can... You know what, guys? I'll bet we could get Roland a couple of brushes to replace that loss. Roland, hit me up on Discord, man. Because that's some bullshit, and you've been just getting back on a good painting groove lately, and I don't want to see that ruined by the loss of something as easily replaced as some brushes. I'm sure we could help you out. Yes, always store brushes above where you store your glue or your paints, or really anything that you could spill in general, ideally speaking. Ideally speaking. Have some Eco Tools makeup brushes, so at least you can do some dry brushing. Hey, that's something. Dry brushing will still get it done. The world is bound and determined to beat us down, folks. The only thing we have is not letting it. It's part of what I always say with why I don't let you, why I encourage you to never talk shit about your own paint schemes or any of your work, even if you don't feel like it's your best. The world out there is a brutal son of a bitch, and it'll do everything in its power to tear you down every single day. You do not have to help it. You can afford to be your own cheerleader. You can afford to be the one person who's looking on the bright side of things. In fact, you kind of have to, because nobody else is going to do it for you. So keep looking on the bright side, Roland. Get some dry brushing done. We'll get you some new brushes here in short order, and things will be right back on track. I left a chunk of metal on his leg that I just didn't address. A little bit of flashing, that looks like. Yeah, it is. Let's see if we can't wiggle that free. There we go. Touch that up with just a bit of primer. Brush recommendations. Just started recently. Currently using 1 pound store brushes. So, I am personally a pretty big fan. Any brush that somebody recommends, you're going to find somebody who has something negative to say about it or some reason that you shouldn't use it. I haven't found any brand that is completely without problems. I will say my current favorite brands are Winsor & Newton for their Series 7 Kolinsky Sable brushes. They've had some issues in the past with some bad runs, but I have had overall far more positive experiences with them than I've had negative. And I am a fan right now of these Game Envy brushes. Even as I say, one of them is kind of splitting on me a little bit. The other ones haven't had that problem so far. And even if they do occasionally have that problem, they're like $8.
Go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere. It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
There are no lines to get inside. But the Game Envy brushes, I think, are actually fairly high quality for what they are. And this one brush acting a little funny is not enough to judge the whole thing on. They're very well priced. They are Sable. I do recommend them. So yeah, Winsor & Newton or Game Envy would be my two go-tos, but make sure you get yourself an Artist's Round Kolinsky Sable brush, at least one of them, and some brush soap of some description. I personally use Pink Soap brand, and it does a fantastic job for me. You can make do with a lot of other brush applications, with a lot of other cheaper brushes, but you want at least one nice Sable brush so that you can do detail work and lay down paint in nice, easily controlled layers. Metalcore Collectibles. 13 months. 13 months! I was just talking about you. How you doing? How you doing, Metalcore? Had good luck with the Army Painter Wargamer brushes. Yeah, a number of people I know have. I've got a couple of Army Painter brushes. I like them. I don't love them, but I don't hate them either. They've done good work for me. There's also a question of, which brushes are you really going to get the most out of? Do you really need a super fine brush? What have you? But I recommend a size 1 round in Kolinsky Sable to everybody. There's almost nothing you can't do with a size 1 round Sable brush. You might be tempted to go smaller than size 1. Don't be. I'll use a size 0 because of personal preference, but I don't really believe that I'm getting that much out of the size 0 as I use it these days. A size 1 with a good tip can do anything a size 0 can, and it'll hold more paint and it won't dry as fast. But ultimately, I always recommend the size 1 because it's a good starting point for you to figure out what works for you. Because here's the thing when it comes to art supplies and painting and what paint's good and what brushes are good, it's going to depend on what you like. There are as many ways to paint models as there are people painting models. So try everything within reason And that's one of the reasons that we're doing our, and I don't have the giveaway ready today, but we're going to be doing it in the near future for our first round of Thunderhead's Home for Wayward Paints as part of a program to get new painters sort of started and encouraged and learning which paints work for them, which paints don't work for them, which brands they want to use, which brushes, etc., etc. Trying to take those paints that are rotting away in some of our collections and put them to good use on some figures. Because too many of us we have that collector's bug. I know I do. Where I'll buy new paints before I've really used up all my old paints, and then you wind up with a half a bottle of paint that just sits there, and you keep telling yourself, well, it's still good, I'm going to hold on to it, but you never really use it. We are trying to do something about that, trying to give those paints someplace to go, models that they can adorn, and newbie painters that they can teach a little bit to. Oh, it's no problem, Mellow Minis. We have plenty of donations so far. We are not hurting at present. But I really appreciate the thought. The fact that we have so many people in this community who want to help is just inspirational as hell. You guys really are one of the best damn communities on Twitch, one of the best damn communities on Discord, and I'm happy to have you. And whenever you get a chance, Metalcore, because yeah, I would very much love to put those into the packages so that we can send out not just paints, brushes, hobby tools, but also a couple of minis to get started with. We can replace those Reaper get started painting kits with all their little skeletons with mechs and tanks, you know? Kalinsky Series 7 Miniature number 4. Oh, Orbital Space Laser Jack with the 12 months of subscribing. Thank you so much, Jack. Welcome in. How you doing today, man? Thanks for the sub, man. I really do appreciate it. Keeps me going on those lonely days. Sup. Kalinsky Series 7 Miniature number 4. Plenty of mass to hold paint. Still is a very fine tip. Also fits comfortably in my bare paw of a hand. Unlike some of the tiny brushes. Yeah, this is a drawback when you start going to the smaller brushes, is you think to yourself, well, it's smaller, so a smaller tip, so that's going to work better. But the brush also has less body. The belly of the brush is greatly reduced, and so it holds less paint. Which means that paint dries incredibly fast. That has a massive amount of surface area exposed to the environment. You can wind up in situations like I have, where by the time you actually move your brush to the mini to put down that tiny amount of paint you picked up, it's dried and you don't have any paint left. And you don't run into that problem with things of size 1 or larger, for the most part. I mean, you still can if you're a slow painter, but that just comes with practice. The close and reconnect. Yeah, Twitch's player is always a little bit twitchy, if you don't mind the turn of phrase. God, I'm tired today, you guys. Sorry if my energy level might be a little bit low. It's been a long week. It's Tuesday and it's been a long week. Doesn't bode well for the rest of it. People underestimate the importance of handle geometry. The best brush tip doesn't matter if your hand cramps up gripping a tiny handle. You're not wrong. Though I would note, Datron Voltari, that is something that you can solve a little bit with things like those little... Now, it depends on how large your brush is, but if you can get those, like, narrow little rubber grippies that they put on pencils, you can kind of stick those on and give yourself a little bit something more to hold on to, or just wrap it in, like, rubber or something like that. There are ways around it. There are ways around it, but you know what's easier than finding a way around it is just finding a brush that works for you in the first place. Painting is such a very personal thing. As far as hobbies go, it's one that is very difficult to give somebody a one-size-fits-all solution for anything, because one size does not fit all under almost any circumstances. You know, I'm going to add a little bit of red at the bottom of these fusion saws. Just a little splash of color. Let's go ahead and do that to the rest of them. Yeah, to every rule people try to advise, there are a million exceptions. It's something that's difficult to express because when people are first getting into the hobby, they're just looking for an answer. They're looking for, look, just tell me the thing that I need to be doing. And there are definitely rules of thumb that apply in those scenarios, but the most important thing you can learn when you're starting out is, if you find something that works for you, if someone else goes, that's wrong, don't fucking listen to them. There are reasons not to do everything, but if it works for you, if you feel good doing it, you have to remember that the end goal of this is just having a little painted plastic spaceman, so who gives a shit? Do what works for you. Do what you enjoy. If there's a technique that you particularly enjoy doing, but it's not yielding necessarily precisely the results that you want, you can change. You can try a different technique, or you just keep practicing. Everything gets better with practice, and the more you do it, the better answers you'll come up with for your personal style. It's incredibly difficult to differentiate yourself and have a personal style in this wild world of 3D or of miniature painting. But if you find something that works for you, roll with it. Hell, run with it even. Keep meaning to try this game out, and never have. How you doing today, Trotsky? Yeah, except thinning your paint. You should thin your paint. That is kind of a universal rule. Though not necessarily, not if you're dry brushing, then you want nice thick paint, but I suppose they say it is the exception that proves the rule at the end of the day. Keep meaning to try this game out and never have. I love this game. This is a game that I am painting models for, not because I fell in love with the models, like that's usually my excuse, but because I fell in love with the gameplay itself. I love the way this game plays, and I'm excited to play more of it, which is why I'm just kind of assembly line, batch painting, and jamming through these models as quickly as is feasible at this point. One more day than 3-day weekend. Shit, I can think of worse equations than that. How you doing today, Mikey Mike? Yeah, that's something that you learn the more you paint, is what brands do you like, what brands need thinning, what brands are better for different things, how are they pigmented, how well do they thin. It's one of the reasons that I recommend Pro Acryl as much as I do. Not because they're paying me or sending me things like they are so many other Twitch streamers out there, but because I use their paints, and they thin well, they go down well, they don't separate easily, they remix after a long period of time very, very simply and quickly. They're just well-formulated paints to most uses that miniature painters, wargamers are going to get out of them. I'm all about practicality, and Pro Acryl is a very practical brand. It seems expensive until you realize that their bottles are like twice the size of most other people's too. And their bottle design is fantastic. I can't in good conscience recommend any brand that still uses paint pots. Even as I use some P3 paints, I loathe the fact that they come in paint pots. Those are examples where I like the color well enough I'm willing to use them in spite of the paint pot, never because. Yeah, Citadel is all kinds of thick. Stopping in to say hi. Now I'm gonna go pass out. Orbital Space Laser Jack, thanks for stopping in, man. It's always a pleasure to see you. Hope you have a good nappy nap. Rebottle your P3s. I don't use enough of them to rebottle them. I've got like one. I use Coal Black from P3 kind of religiously because it's a wonderful color. Other than that, I don't use enough of them to worry about it, I don't think. To put a glow effect on the weapon or not, I'm undecided. Probably go ahead and do some at the barrel here, the Hex Cannon at the very least. And then maybe back here on this little energy pod. Yeah, it's a good division of color, I think. I don't want to really overdo it. I don't want to do glow effects literally all over them. That gets cloying. These models I'm painting with the rifles, by the way, the ones I've been painting are the Vassal Reavers, who are the basic infantry, very disposable, submachine gun in one hand and a fusion saw in the other. These guys are the Vassal Witch Hunters, which are... they're not really more expensive, they're about the same price. They don't have a melee attack, they have a decent ranged attack. And notably, they have the ability to remove cipher effects on enemies when they hit them with their hex cannons, which... cipher effects are like spell buffs. Like you can use a cipher twice a turn, and they're just spells that you cast from a hand of cards that you have. And like one of the ones, there's a bunch of different ones, but like the most basic one, you can give cover to a unit by casting like a little energy field around them. If you hit them with a hex cannon, that cipher effect comes right off. And the nice thing is because models fire and act independently in this game, you can be like, alright, well my first guy fires his hex cannon at the unit, and it hits them, and it's just like, boom, the effect is gone. So the next hex cannons are going to get through without having to deal with that effect. They agitate users. Well, yeah, a little bit sometimes when they're crappy agitators. If they're good agitators, they just agitate paint, though. And yes, Pro Acryl is just, they make great paint. They haven't done anything wrong that I've seen so far. They make good paint, they put it in fantastic, user-friendly bottles, they sell it at reasonable prices. My biggest problem with Pro Acryl is that it sells out quickly, and I often am not able to order exactly what I want from them. Which I suppose is the kind of problem that a manufacturer wants to have. If they're gonna have a problem, it should be that they're too damn popular for their production.
99 bottles of paint on the wall, 99 bottles of paint.
Too real.
Take one down, shake it around. 150 bottles of paint on the wall.
I feel attacked by my own damn stream. Yeah, by my own damn mods. How about that? I'm a bit of an agitator. A bit of an agitator from time to time. I'm certainly an agitating person. Though I don't know if that's strictly the same thing. Reminded of Dennis Reynolds when he's like, was I a person of interest? Sure. I'm an interesting person. or as he says, but being wanted and being wanted for questioning are two very different things. And the third of the vassal witch hunters. Their very fine red pants. Putting on the red pants, you're having a better day than if you're putting on the brown pants, I always say. I don't think I've ever said that before in my life. Oh, there's a kitty out there who wants to be let out into the wild. I can hear him. He is yowling like a lunatic. How you doing, by the way, Raven Cat? Oh, to square. I appreciate the attempt. Raven Cat, do you stream? Have you been streaming this whole time and I've been unaware of it? Because if so, I feel like an asshole. I say I've been feeling like I do feel like an ass. I can't talk. Words are difficult. Ooh, this is a good opportunity for some red glow. These little vents on the barrel. I don't know why I didn't notice these before. Hey, Crossbow Roof, good to see you, my friend. How are you doing today? Rarely stream, occasionally do speedrunning attempts or just playing games. Oh, okay, I wasn't sure. I saw that T-Square tried to shout you out, and I was like, oh shit, I didn't even... Has he been streaming and I didn't know? You've been streaming painting, I would be shouting you out this whole time, and if you'd been doing it and I hadn't been, I would feel dumb. Dumber than usual. Paintwork really only shows up in a couple Discords here and there. I'm glad that mine is one of them, Raven Cat, because you do some really nice work, man. Could do a glow effect on their shoulders, but I just don't see it. I just don't see it somehow. Do another quick round on his pants, touch up the other witch hunters, and then we can move on to our next color. Start counting how often certain songs play on Pretzel. It's not, it's a fairly big song pool. I don't understand. You know, randomization is a funny thing. Sometimes things that are technically random don't seem that way, just because of human pattern recognition. It claims that it's randomizing and it has a big song pool, but it definitely repeats itself an uncomfortable amount. I'll tell you, I've been looking at getting some other songs licensed, though. I found some bands on YouTube recently that very specifically do license their work to content creators, and I want to find out how much, because if it's reasonable, there are a few of them that I would not mind getting right here on the stream so I could have more control over what is playing. Bert Cow 2, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Welcome to the stream and welcome to the Storm Chasers. Might end up doing that with their rifles. I don't know. But checked Fix It Neon. There's supposedly a link with Pretzel. I have not. It's the first time I think I've ever heard that phrase. I'll have to check it out. We have thousands of songs. You get 3. Unless we play something you don't want. Then you can give it a thumbs down and we'll still play it anyway, apparently. That's the one thing about Pretzel that kind of irritates me is they have this thumbs down feature. They call it blacklisting. Blacklist any song from your playlist. If you don't like it, we'll never play it again, except in 5 minutes when we'll definitely play it again. And I'm like, I swear I blacklisted this song, and I go to check, and yeah, the thumbs down has been clicked. It's just that Pretzel doesn't give a shit. Not one single solitary shit is given. So I haven't heard any more Scandroid. Yeah, I don't think Scandroid is on this playlist. I would like to get some more Scandroid work back in, though, because I like it. Oh, fix that Cell Dwellers label! So there's definitely Scandroid on there, then. Yeah, I'm gonna... that would be a good one. Crossbow Roof, if you felt like pinging me on Discord with that information so I could check it out after the stream, I would appreciate that. Oh, sweet sugary soda. Probably good for me, right? Oh, God. Alright, guys, let me ask a question. I'm trying to think about how to do these void gates. These are the portals that you can summon to bring your units onto the table with. And I'm not sure, maybe Hethrier, maybe you can help me out with this. My thought is to do the void gates in the same color as the glow effects I'm doing on each faction, which would mean this void gate would be red. It would mean this void gate would be red energy with red glowing crystals here, here, and here. And then the various faction colors along, probably more red in here. Like, it'd be a lot of red. At the end of the day. The other option is that I make all the void gates, the actual gates, the same color regardless of faction. I guess the good news with these void gates, I think I painted down a piece of cat hair. Let's just scrape that off real quick. Whoopsie. The good news with these void gates is that these are entirely 3D printed by me. These are not official models, so if I paint it and I don't like it, I can throw it in the goddamn trash and do another one. So yeah, fuck it, why not? Let's throw it on some red paint. Do pink energy. So what's stopping me with that, Vergaderung, is there's a faction coming out that is magenta pink themed. Which would be this void gate. So this one would wind up being more of the pink magenta color. This one would wind up being kind of an orange to yellow. And then these ones are going to wind up being more blue. Purple to offset the red? I think so. I think so too, Simith. Well, I'll tell you what we're going to do is we're going to try it. And the absolute worst case scenario is that we don't like it. And again, because these are 3D printed, I'll make some more. Like, oh no, you guys, oh, the model that was basically free. Oh, shucks. I sculpted and printed these all my... It's kind of, this week, I've done a lot in the last week. Since last Tuesday? Jesus, I just got back from vacation with Hethrier, and I have, in that time, ordered Warcaster. I have sculpted 4 of these gates. I have sculpted 2 full sets of bases. I've sculpted 3 Battletech buildings. I've printed 2 full sets of bases. I've printed 4 sets of void gates. I've assembled all these metal models and I've started painting them. I need to seize this level of motivation all year round. Holy shit. Yeah, Ravencat, we've been talking about that. The bases came out really nice and I had fun making them. So I'm thinking that we're going to see some more bases. I was talking with Alex about this the other day. I think we're going to see some more bases in general, not just for Warcaster. My Warcaster bases are going to be getting put up on Steel Warrior Studio this week. But like Battletech Hex bases and stuff like that that are just easily 3D printed. I think we're going to see a number of themes of bases appearing in the near future, because I've kind of established a really good workflow for making them, and I have the motivation to do it right now, so I say we roll with it. Howdy, howdy. What's up, Ramzoos? How you doing? Yeah, go on vacation more often. Apparently that's what I need, is a kick in the pants, right? I just, when I'm excited about something, when I get excited about something, the work flows easily, and when I try to force it, it doesn't. So I just need to relax and continue to let it flow, and keep working on things that I'm excited about. For Warcaster Terrain, I've been discussing with Deathray Designs the option to have some 3D printable files that combine with laser cut MDF for a nice, cheap terrain kit, where you don't end up printing a bunch of void space just to have flat playable surfaces, but instead you print the necessary parts to have detailed surfaces, and then the flat playable surfaces come in the form of MDF and acrylic inserts. And I think it's a really cool idea, and I've got some ideas that I'm going to be pitching their way, and we'll see if we can't get some actual product out in the next month or so. Kind of a collaborative project, but I like the guys over at Deathray Designs. Justin and Austin, they're good dudes. They get excited about stuff the same way that I do. Perhaps have all the void gates, regardless of faction color, fade to a sort of whitish core color. That's not a bad idea, Sumitha. Yeah, kind of like right in the center, have like the swirl all coming together to a very bright point. I think that's a good idea. Well, thank you so much, Project Dark Fox. Ion Raptor, keep up the good work, man. I'm going to be printing some of your Billion Suns ships here in the near future. I know I'm doing well when my resin printer is running basically non-stop, and that's how it has been for the last week. It has not even paused.
You're going to get stuffed in a box.
You don't want to get stuffed in the box, guys. Trust me. It's not a good time. Hey, Bella Noct! How you doing? Can we get a shout out, by the way, for Bella Noct? She's not doing art streams right now, but with any luck, she can get her new PC put together. She will at some point in the near future, and when she does, that is a stream you are going to want to be following. Some of the best organic sculpting I have seen for paintable statues and the like. How you doing, Bella? We've also been talking a little bit lately about doing some collaborative projects. We'll see where that goes. We'll see how that pans out. Here for these voids, man! Yeah, these sculpts came out pretty well. This is the most organic sculpting that I've done. And I'm pretty happy with them, I have to say. I didn't, Bella. I did these, and this is something I'm actually particularly proud of. These files, I did completely in Fusion 360. I didn't even go to Blender to do these. Entirely in Fusion 360. And I'm very, very proud of that. I've got a copy of ZBrush 2019 that I've been using, Bella. I need to... You know what I need to do? I need to just sit down with one of those, like, basic bitch super idiot, here are the basic interface rules for working with ZBrush videos, and just go through it step by step. Because I'm still at a point where I try to do tasks, and what's stopping me is I'm like, where the fuck is this feature? How do I load in an alpha mask? What the hell is going on? Like, and it's just a matter of spending time doing it. Just a matter of time. I do think, though, that ZBrush is going to be my program over Blender, because Blender's even more obtuse than that somehow. ZBrush is powerful and easy to use. It's just that whoever designed it, I think, might be a fucking alien. Because there's just, like, basic assumptions about the way other 3D modeling programs work that aren't true in ZBrush. Even the way you move around the 3D space is somehow removed from how every other program does it. Once you learn it, it's great, but learning it is a bit of a pain. Between Bella and Stila, I swear to God, these two ladies are just bound and determined to turn me into some kind of ZBrush using oil painting manslave. And I gotta be honest, I don't think I have that much of a problem with it. I think it's okay. Thunderhead Studios. That's exactly what we're gonna do. God damn it. I never should have introduced you two. They're even on the same side of the world so they can scheme in real time. Like, this isn't good. I'm going to sit down on Discord and customize ZBrush UI, because that's the whole point of the crazy. Yeah, that much is clear to me. That's something I need to do. It's, what do they call it? The 80-20 principle? 80% of users are going to use 20% of features. And I get that impression with ZBrush. Like, it's only a handful of tools. Like, I'm sure there are more tools I could learn to use and advanced stuff I can do with it, certainly. But it is a small handful of the tools that are actually in the software that I need to learn to use. And what I really need to do, it's like putting a blinder, putting a set of blinders on a horse. You know? You need the horse to focus on what's ahead of them. To be focused on their job. It's a very simple job, but they're also very easily distracted, so the things that are happening off to the side are going to distract them from doing that job. They don't need to know what it is. I need those blinders for ZBrush. Take all the features that I'm not going to use and lock them behind a UI wall so that I can find them if I need to, but they're not distracting me while I'm learning basic features. Realize I just compared myself to a goddamn draft horse. This is where my self-esteem and dignity are right now, you guys. I've been beaten down. Just upgraded ZBrush, new masking ballooning thing that I need to investigate and try. And with so many of these programs too, like to do the really amazing things, it's a matter of if you're using the basic features cleverly. You know? Like masking doesn't seem exciting when you learn to do it, but once you realize how you can combine that with other features, it's actually really powerful. And Draft Horse is the type that don't care about other people's shit, though. You know, you might have a point there. Had to deal with a client who got mad we removed a tool less than 1% of the user base was using. Oh, don't you love those clients, Roland? Those guys who they set out in the morning and the first thing they decide is, today I'm going to have a problem. And then they figure out what that problem's going to be. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what it is when they decide to have the problem. They'll figure it out. They'll come up with something. The point is, fuck you. Yeah, that's a bit of a pain in the ass. But I guess if you're in that 1% of users and you really like the feature, I can see being a little like, hey, what the fuck? Let's do a quick second coat on the first gate. Oh, hang on. I missed a spot. I'm seeing you. What's up, Roland? How you doing, buddy? I have so much fun with. Oh God, that's incredibly threatening, Bella. I'm not sure at all how I feel about that. Like a mouse in a maze, like an ant under a microscope, maybe. But you know what? If you get me sculpting with ZBrush and expand my capabilities over the course of the year, I'm not going to complain. Oh, I think I missed the question about Cyberpunk Red. I don't find that surprising. I miss lots of things. Hey, what's up, Jarek? How you doing? Would you mind asking again, Roland? I must have missed something if you said it about Cyberpunk Red. We need to arrange our next session for that, and yeah, we're going to be sticking to Thursdays for that because I think that works out for everybody. I figure mid-March we should be able to get another session going to figure out what happens in the wake of the building attack that we got through on last time's Cyberpunk Red session. I'm glad you guys have been having fun with the Cyberpunk Red sessions, because I wasn't sure how they were going to go. We've done 2 of them so far, and they've been a good time. I've got ideas for more campaigns.
Go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere.
I will.
It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
We are getting inside the lines. We're also getting outside the lines, but you know, a little bit of each. A little bit of each. Red glow of the orb more than you would with anything else. Yeah, I think it's gonna come to the highest point. I can't guarantee I'll do a good job because I don't paint a lot of OSL or energy glow effects or anything like that. I usually avoid those, but I can't think of a better opportunity to push that than these right here. Details are nice and chunky, so I'm just slathering the red paint on to make sure I get good, smooth, even coverage. We on for Thursday? So not this Thursday, Roland, but I will ping you on the Cyberpunk Red channel, and we will probably next Thursday. I think we'll be able to get a game going. I'm trying to get a lot of my design and publishing work done this week, so I didn't want to also mix writing into that at the same time. If I can get that all done this week and then relax a little bit next week. Fluorescent paints. So I've got some. I've got some fluorescent paints. I don't have a fluorescent red. I've got this fluorescent orange. I may try using some of this to push that glow up. We shall see. I have used similar fluorescent paints in the past to push some glow effects on stuff like the Dr. Octopus and the Ultron that I painted for Marvel Crisis Protocol. So there's a very good chance I'm going to use them again, Jarek. Like I said, we'll try some experimental things on these orbs, and if I like where it goes, fantastic. If I don't, I'll print some more and I'll try something else. I really love 3D printing, you guys. I don't know if I've made that clear in the last year that I've been evangelizing it heavily, but I really, really do. Bella Noct, thank you so much for the lurk. Always a pleasure to have you here. When you get back, I'm going to have to ask if you had a chance to watch Danger 5. Because I definitely suggested it to her. It is. It is, Dark Fox. It is. And as always, kill Hitler. Oh my god, Roland. Okay, I want to share something with you. I'm going to share this without context. And those of you who've seen Danger 5 will know why I'm so damn excited. Right? Right? Shut up, go! Now, you know I don't like to use the sit-down gun, but I'm afraid we just don't have time for faffing about. I love that he has the sit-down gun. That is what he is armed with. Guys, this is a character named Colonel Chestbridge from Danger 5. And he is the best. He is the best. What's that on your shoulder, Claire? Yes, nothing. Spot on. What's that on mine? Yes, 2 stars. Means I talk, you shut your damn mouth. And it, Roland, the set, it's a set. It's a whole set. I've got Pierre, who is mixing a martini from the look of things here. I have Ilsa, who's just kind of being sexy and wielding a knife, as is appropriate. We got, God damn. Oh, these are so much fun. These are so much fun. But we've got Tucker and Jackson. We've got, Claire and of course Hitler. And then, to round the set out and make sure that it's totally complete, we have... Oh mein Gott! Hitler's Hund! Smoking a cigarette and all. Hast du frei, mein Lieber? Oh my god. So, it's not necessarily for a game, Mikey Mike. It is for a game from a company called Crooked Dice. But what Crooked Dice does is they make miniatures from obscure television shows, and then they stat the characters from those shows so they can all fight each other. So it came with a series of little game cards to play Crooked Dice's little game with, but I just got them because they're the miniatures. Guys, this is my fault. This is my fault that I don't have, and in fact, this is something I'm going to try to rectify this weekend now that I'm thinking about it. I need to have a series of buttons I can push on my Stream Deck to play clips from Danger 5 so that you can begin to understand the insane genius of this show. The insane genius of Danger 5. Guys, the whole series is on Amazon Prime right now. If you have Amazon Prime, go to it. Type in Danger and the numeral 5, and just start watching it. And if you're confused by what you're seeing, just keep watching. Just keep watching. It won't necessarily ever make all the... Yeah, here we go with the... I know, I'm always talking shit, Metalcore Collectibles. One day it'll happen. I had that one good round when I added a bunch of clips. I need to do it again. I know, Sumitha. I've got a whole list. God, the list of things that I need to do. It grows every single day. Ladies and gents, give me 1 minute. I need to take a quick bio break. I will be back in just a minute, and we will keep working on these figures, setting into our second round of colors. One moment. Riot Sister, entertain them! How many times do I have to tell you there's always money in the banana stand? What's up, Raven Cat? How we doing? I'm gonna put my Danger 5 minis away. Doodly-doo. What's going on, chat? What you guys talking about? All good stuff, I hope. Loaded up Danger 5, hooked after 5 minutes. Yeah, it's really good, Mikey Mike, and like, it only gets better. It only gets better, and it's set in like World War II in the 70s, as you can probably tell, and then as you get to the second season, the themes and the style transitions into the 80s, but also still World War II somehow, and still with Hitler, and it's fucking hilarious. It is fucking hilarious. May have committed some light treason. I've been watching, just while I've been sculpting over the last few days, I've rewatched almost all of Arrested Development, and I don't want to say I forgot how good that show was, because it's almost impossible to forget, but it had been a while since I'd watched it. And that show's pretty damn fantastic. Alright, let me get back to working on my vassal Reavers here. Printing another Trinity Tower and glow-in-the-dark PLA. Ooh, that should be interesting. Thank you for naming Breaker's shotgun. Oh, are you gonna call it the sit-down gun? Is that the idea, Roland? Sit down! He yells sit down and he fires a shotgun into the air when they keep talking, and it's, I don't know. You know I don't like to use the sit down gun, but I just don't have time today for faffing about. Later on, he attempts to shoot Hitler with the sit down gun. I said sit down, he declares as he racks it. That's a fairly decent description, Mikey Mike. You're also going to get to some episodes involving Nazi dinosaurs. I'll tell you the weirdest thing about Danger 5. For as completely absurd of a show as it is, it's filled with some strangely poignant, very true facts about actual World War II history. And they'll sneak up on you. It's a strange show. Alright. Now I want to go with a warmer color than what I was doing for the warm gray, I think. So I'm going to take some of this dark warm gray and then I think a little bit of burnt sienna. Interested in 7 Days to Die. I don't know what that is, Gear Falcon? Is that something I should know about? Maybe. I couldn't. My voice wouldn't go any higher. It just broke. But yeah, if you're... it's a zombie survival game. Have I played it? Is that the... That's not the one people are playing where they run away from a slasher killer, is it? That's called something else. That's Dead by Daylight. Yeah, I knew it was a day in it somewhere, but I wasn't sure which one that one was. To accept non-taco food in the Tuesday Storm Report. Necro Bob, I'll allow it. I'll allow it. Alpha 20. Oh, it's not out yet. Okay, that might explain why I haven't seen it. I'll take a look at it. I haven't seen enough of it to have any sort of an opinion on it. Just mixing up a base color I can use here for my armor bits, which is going to be warm gray, a touch of heavy sienna, and a little bit of black. that. Nice and warm, but not too brown. I should probably focus my camera. What is being painted? Great question. We can't see it. How you doing, Necromancer?
I know you're really focused, Thunderhead, but your camera
it's
is
focused now. It's focused now. Can't be coming after me because it wasn't focused in the past. Come on. Oh, I should do more work on this red before I continue in with this gray. I just realized. Otherwise, I'm going to regret it. Well, I'll just finish doing this guy's helmet, and then I'll lay in with the rest of the glow effects. There was a reason I did that first, and it's because I want to do the glow effects and then define the edges using this, and then highlight up. Because otherwise I'm going to end up ruining a lot of my own work. I'll do this one helmet, and at least I've established a nice base color that I know I want to use. And I can at least do like his legs and arms and stuffs. I'm glad to hear you're doing well, Necromancer. Yeah, we're working on some Warcaster Neo Mechanica figures today, which is a bit of a mouthful. But a worthwhile one, let me tell you. Oh, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. These guys are kind of like a brother. I don't want to call them knockoffs, because I feel like that's inherently pejorative. But they're very much, let's call them Brotherhood of Nod cosplay enthusiasts. How about that? They're definitely that, at a minimum. Oh, there's a piece of metal on top of this guy's head that I failed to remove. Don't I feel stupid? Damn you metal minis. Look at that. It's just a little piece of... like, venting. Thankfully, metal will at least wiggle off easily enough. Touch that up with a little bit of primer. Sisterhood of Knot. Oh God, lore friendly, come on. How you doing, Vergataron? Good to see you, man. Maybe I can do a little bit more to remove that. It's kind of bothering me now that I've noticed it. But of course, I've already started painting. Still, I'd rather discover it now than when I've gotten further along. There, that's better. That is better. Slather some primer, give this guy a second to rest. And then we'll work some more on those reds. I do like the Stynylrez brush-on primer for these metal figures. It has so far created a remarkably resilient surface to paint on, given that they're metal figures, and it's bonded very, very well with the surface. Yes, they're very Nod-esque. Cain lives in death. And yeah, they do have these, like, I love the look of this leader model. I just barely spritzed him with any primer, obviously. He's not even remotely fully coated, I'm figuring out. I got his base printed out at long last. I realized he uses a 40mm base, so I needed one of these. He's going to go on here. Kind of like so. Seated back a little bit, but this dude's nuts. This is apparently the immortality that awaits the cabal of the Aeternus Continuum as they rise through the ranks, is this sort of floating coffin cocoon life. Fucking space vampires. Gus Schultz, how you doing today, man? Good to see you. Hope you're having a good one. I hope that your supplications to Grandfather Nurgle are overall successful and pleasing to you. The Fly Knight that you're working on is absolutely just it remains totally nauseating, and I love everything about it. Ever since you posted the thorax of the fly, I'm like, ugh, I hate this thing, and yet I very much want to own it. Tiberian Sun era nod is peak aesthetics. Ramzus, have I shown you my Tiberian Sun era? I never finished painting these, I just keep them around. But I made these figures out of some stuff from Maelstrom's Edge and Warhammer 40k, and then some 3D printed heads, which you'll obviously recognize. But yes, I agree, Tiberian Sun era was peak nod aesthetic. Those helmets are the damn best. And then, what with being a Tiberian Sun fan, you might recognize Anton Slavik, who I put together out of some Warhammer 40k parts and a bit of green stuff. Was it really Necromancer? I loved Maelstrom's Edge. Like, as far as gameplay goes, it's really a great game. And I would note that's something in that I like about Warcaster, is it actually does a lot of the same things that Maelstrom's Edge does with its command point and reinforcement system. What did you do for Maelstrom's Edge, Necromancer, out of curiosity? Going to a lighter red here. This is the bold Pyrrole red from Pro Acryl, by the way. Pro Acryl, their paints are so well formulated, they take so much guesswork and extra thinning out of the equation that I try to default to them when I can, because I know I'm very confident that I'm not going to have to worry about them. Shame they couldn't get Slavik's actor back for future games. Yeah, I know, right? Him and Oksana Christos, which I admit, I think I admitted this last time on stream because we were talking about Nod again there, but I had an arguably unhealthy crush on Oksana Christos as a child. Nobody told me that she was basically a future techno-fascist. Didn't really understand what that meant at the time, but I was into it. Oksana Christos from Command & Conquer Tiberian Sun, Trotsky. She is the hot, blonde Brotherhood of Nod reporter who rescues Anton Slavik in the beginning of the game. She hangs out in like a beret for the whole game and like gives you her sex eyes while you're commanding the forces of Nod. Like, it had a powerful effect on a young me. Weren't a lot of actors in Command and Conquer porn stars? If that's true, that's the first I've heard of it, Gear Falcon. If they went on to do porn after that, you know, maybe, I don't know. The actors I can think of are people like Michael Biehn and even James Earl Jones, which, as far as I know, they didn't do any porn. got a young Brigitte Nielsen vibe there. Yeah, I could totally see that. Yeah, okay, Tanya was. The first Tanya was. Yes, that's true. I do remember reading that. So, you know, sometimes you do a little porn. It's life, isn't it? You live, you learn, you do a little porn. I mean, to be fair, Project Dark Fox, her job in Red Alert's FMVs was to wear a tank top well and go, yeah! Like, that was her whole job. And then laugh maniacally for the voiceover clips when you moved your unit around. Shake it, baby. Oh, yeah. You live, you die, you live again, get witnessed. Same shit, different day. Don't become addicted to water, etc., etc. You know how it is, Ramzoos. So I'm just going to build up the gradient that I want with the reds, real sloppy-like, and then I'm going to define the reds with my other base colors afterwards. But I find it's easier to do it this way. To start, at any rate. He looks like a mess right now. I know he does. But it'll look better as I continue to work on them. Well, you know, you gotta ask. Gotta ask yourself, what skill set do I want Tanya's actress to have? There's a large crossover with softcore porn, I would think. Looks good in a tank top? Check. Is able to deliver incredibly corny lines without scoffing? Check. Will work for not a lot of money? Check. Because we spent all our money on Michael Biehn. At least for the second game. And then in Red Alert, they would have spent all their money on, well, if you got as far as Red Alert 3, Tim Curry and George Takei, which was weird. I miss the Command & Conquer games so much, you guys. And before you say they still exist, I do not at all count like CNC Rivals or any of that shite. And if you like that game and I just called it shite, I'm sorry, I'm not calling you shite. I might be calling your taste a little shite, but if it makes you feel any better, my taste is shite too. Shite, shite, shite. I'm going to say that word a few more times. Thank you, Metalcore Collectibles. That's a comment that you can hear. Michael Biehn is pretty awesome, though. Dude, one of my biggest complaints about Mandalorian Season 2 is that they taunted me with Michael Biehn and then threw him in the fucking trash. That was so not cool at all. Not cool, Jon Favreau. Not cool, Dave Filoni. I don't know what you were thinking, but that was some bullshit. Nothing past 4 is, or past 3. Yes, I agree. Ramzoos 3. I enjoyed. I don't love Command and Conquer 3 by comparison to Tiberian Sun. I feel like Tiberian Sun is peak. I like CNC 3 Kane's Wrath. I will admit a large part of the reason I like Kane's Wrath. First of all, it's a good game. Secondly, it takes the militant squads that Nod gets as their standard infantry in CNC 3, and it upgrades them with the armor that they wore in Tiberian Sun, which, as we've already noted, was the best armor that they ever wore. Red Alert was peak. I mean, you know, Red Alert 2, I think, is arguably the peak of the Red Alert universe, sub-universe within Command & Conquer. But if we're talking about the Tiberian timeline, the Tiberian universe, then I think Tiberian Sun is peak. And I don't even really count Generals, because, if I'm being honest, I never really played it. I know a lot of people did, I know a lot of people have a lot of positive things to say about it, I never got into it. If it didn't involve Albert Einstein time traveling to kill Hitler, or the Great Green Crystal and the Prophet Cain, I was less interested. Just in general, okay. Tiberian Sun Warzone. I haven't heard of it. What is it? Is it like a Redux, a remaster type thing? Guys, I am not letting myself worry too much about the details on these models. I'm not going to let myself do too much cleanup or revisitation. I'm not going to let myself do a significant repaint of any parts of it. I am just powering through these models as best as I am able. I could probably go faster, but I do want to do some neat effects on them also. Fan project that gives Tiberian Sun a big visual makeover and adds a lot of new stuff, including stuff from 3 and Kane's. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to check that out. Hex Paint, thank you so much for saying so. I'm really proud of these bases. Considering I whipped them up, 3D printed and painted them inside of a week, I'm pretty happy. Oh, thank you, Iron Wolf. Yeah, that's the spirit. Just get them done. I know me, and I know that if I dwell for a long period of time, this project's gonna take for fucking ever, and by the time I get done with it, I'm gonna be getting sick of it, and I don't want to get sick of it. I want to get it done. And if it isn't the greatest paint job I've ever done in my life, you know what? I will live, because I will have a painted army, and a fully painted army looks better than bare metal any day of the week. I think that might be my general theme of 2021, you guys, is finishing projects no matter the cost. Just get it the fuck done. Maybe not no matter the cost, but, you know, get them done. You can always go back and add details. Hex Paint, you're absolutely correct. Won't play any of my models that are unpainted. That's good to know, it's good to know, Hathrier. Thank you. What do you use to varnish/protect finished models? So, Trotsky, that depends on what material I am painting. The most important material to protect of the various materials that models come in is metal. If I'm painting something in styrene, I usually won't go much further than just a good matte varnish. And one of my favorite matte varnishes is Vallejo's Mecha Varnish. It has a really nice matte finish, and it goes through an airbrush fairly easily, as well as being pretty simple to just brush on by hand, if that's what you want to do. I ordered another bottle of it recently. But this is the stuff. Vallejo Mecha Varnish. Yeah, it has a really, really nice matte finish. Now, if you're doing metal models, I cannot emphasize this enough. You must give a gloss clear coat first. I don't know if you're doing metal models. But Vallejo makes a varnish that they call, very simply, metal varnish. This is good stuff. And you want to make sure that you have painted your model fully, that you're happy with where the paint job is, and then you're going to give it like a good, thick coat of metal varnish. I'm talking thicker than you think it needs, and I'll tell you why. This stuff is... The gloss coat is the most durable of all the coats, and essentially what you're doing with this by creating a nice thick coat over the entire model is you're creating, think of it like a plastic force field or a plastic wrap. You've got the metal, you've got the primer. This is where the bond is almost the weakest because it's really hard to bond to metal. So this is where you're most concerned with paint peeling away from the surface. So you got your metal, you got your primer. Your primer's holding your paint.
No, I suppose you could just go ahead and glorb that paint on
Glorb it.
anywhere. It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
Glorb it until the fucking cows come home. But okay, so you got your metal, you got your primer. On top of that, you got your paint. Your paint is establishing another kind of layer over the model, creating this sort of shell of paint, right? And it's still fairly vulnerable because that's not... The integrity of the paint is still fairly weak. You coat all of that with gloss and you've created a little bubble, a solid plastic layer containing all of that paint and holding it down to the model. It's very durable. That gloss finish is one of the toughest ones you're going to be able to get on a figure. Then, once your gloss coat is dry and your model is shiny and protected, then hit it with a matte clear coat to dull that shine down. But the gloss is entirely a protective factor if you're doing metal figures. But do not forget it. You will regret it. That's the thing. Metal minis, I don't care how careful you are with them. If you're not protecting them adequately, you will lose paint. It's just gonna happen. And a good solid gloss clear coat with a matte over it is the best way to ensure that you lose as little paint as possible. Ideally, none. That's the closest you're going to get to none. Metal is just, it's not a great material. I usually swear it off entirely. The only reason I'm doing it with Warcaster is because it's my only option.
Really focused, Thunderhead, but your camera is not.
Well, thank you. And I really love the way the game plays. If I didn't enjoy playing the game as much as I do, I would metal models would be a deal breaker for me. It often is for some games. Does it make a shade run easier? So that is something else that gloss paint will do for you. And if you think about it, it's very logical. When you are applying a shade or a wash, particularly if you're applying it with the goal of not just shading the surface, but having it run down into the crevices, you think about, you know, water running across concrete as opposed to water running across a sheet of glass. If you've got a rough, porous surface, the water's going to soak in and it's going to pool in place much more easily, and it's going to sort of dig into that porous top. If you put water on glass, it's going to bead and it's going to roll off, right? So yeah, your gloss coat is that glass, that nice, smooth surface. You're not going to get much paint to stick to that. It's all going to kind of roll off and it's going to go into the crevices. So yeah, you can also use, in fact, that's why a lot of the time if you're doing water slide decals, you want to put down a layer of gloss at the area where you want your decal to go first. A nice smooth surface, because then you can put that decal down on that surface and then kind of seal it down to it. But you want it to slide over, because otherwise your water slide decal is going to catch on the rough surface. It's going to bow up. You're going to wind up with wrinkles and tears and shit like that. Lore Friendly, always a pleasure to have you, man. You have a great night. Thank you for being here. I told you, Hethrier, I told you. He just got a resin printer set up today, and like I told you, I think when I got my first resin printer, my Elegoo Mars, like, I opened the box, and 15 minutes later it was printing something. Resin printers are pretty much plug and play, fire and forget, and one of the worst things that's going to happen to you, like, yeah, you got to deal with the chemicals, okay, fine. One of the worst things that's going to happen to you is your, like, you might need to change your FEP film, whatever, it's just a little bit of a pain in the ass, it's not really hard to do. You might need to change your screen at some point because it gives out, it's really not that bad. It's really not that bad, it's swapping 1 or 2 connectors on a board. Build some of this red up right in the middle. And I'm going to leave some dark red and kind of go to the edges to add some interest down here. And up here. And over here. And then a little down here. Right, on to the next guy. I realize that watching me do batch painting is not necessarily the most riveting painting you're ever going to watch, but, you know, thanks for hanging out anyway. So, hex paint, I actually sculpt, I'll tell you how I do the bases. I build an environment of, like, about 100 millimeters by 100 millimeters so that I can accommodate at least one 80 millimeter base. Once I have that square, I start adding details to it, and I use Fusion 360 for most of it because it lets me do my measurements very, very precisely. I build the full environment, and then I export that into Blender or ZBrush, and then I go in and I add organic details like... And honestly, I could have gone a lot stronger on these than I did this time, but I wasn't entirely sure how it was going to come out in the print. But, like, you can see all the mechanical details, like the pipes and everything like that, I did with the basic Fusion 360. And then for things like these concrete cracks here and over here, and you can see them again in here. There's some small ones here and over in here, and there's like a gouge in the concrete over here. I add all those to the basic environment file, which is just that square, using Blender or ZBrush. And then I just go in and I start cutting circles out of it. I arrange a circle of whatever base size I'm trying to do, which is for a 30 millimeter base, it winds up being 24 millimeters. For 40, it's 34. For 50, it's 44, etc., etc. I arrange it so that I'm not cutting any surface details off too badly. I cut those out. I drop them right into the base file that I have built up for these rings. I combine the files in... what did I use last time? Not Netfab. Mesh Mixer. And yeah, you print them out. They come out pretty nice. And I go ahead and I put these voids in the bottom too, because particularly with metal figures, I really like having these. It adds a little bit of weight, it lowers their center of gravity, and it makes it possible for me to use this magnetic. I have extra magnets at the bottom of these because they're heavier than my usual models. But it lets me use these magnets to hold on to them. And you can just put down a magnet sheet for moving and storing your guys. You want someone... Kursala, that's coming. That's definitely coming. I've been talking with Alex about it, with doing some hex bases for Battletech, and we're going to do it. Since I developed my workflow to do these bases, I also did another set of bases. which is not painted yet, but I can show them to you. Which version of ZBrush am I using? I have a... I'm a little reluctant to say it. I have a very, very legally acquired copy. Very legal, very cool. God, I hate myself for saying that. Of ZBrush 2019. Let's say I'm using it on a trial basis with the intent of picking up ZBrush 2021 once I'm absolutely sure that I want to use it. Let's say that. That sounds good, right? Yeah, totally. These are the bases that I worked up for the Iron Star Alliance, which you'll notice it just has very different shapes to it. More curved lines. It has some of these sort of hexagonal honeycomb patterns on pieces of it. It has these little raised bits, which I intend to paint these as lights, so these are going to be like glowing yellow. That's one of the larger sizes, the 50 millimeters for warjacks. Here are some of the 30 millimeters for infantry. And on these, I did some sculpted details, but what I did was, because I wanted them to appear more like metal than like concrete. So I've got like these little gouges taken out of it, and like these little sort of burnt-in corrosive marks. I was thinking at the time, because the Aeternus Continuum uses lots of corrosive and acid weapons. I think they came out nice, and I'm going to be painting these up when I get into my Iron Star Alliance figures. I'm also going to be sending these over to Hethrir so he can get them printed up, and he'll probably have a set of them painted before I do. We're going to have these bases, by the way, released on Steel Warrior Studios for STL and physical purchase shortly. I think he's going to have them up this weekend. And they come in... I did 8 30mm of each. I did 6 40mm. I did 3 50mm, and then 1 or 2 80mm of each, so that you will have sizes for everything that you want to play with. And they all come pre-supported too, so if you get the files, you should not have to do anything more than take the pre-supported file, load it into your slicer, put it into your printer, and push go. No, you know what, Iron Wolf? I didn't like War Machine either, for a similar reason. It's very competitive, it's very crunchy, and it was like... It didn't give me the chance to learn. Learning in War Machine was losing badly. That was their idea of learning. And I did not enjoy it. This game is much more reactive, and it gives you many, many more opportunities to pull yourself out of the fire. It's not as prone to snowballing. It's not as prone to sudden death. In fact, there is no sudden death mechanic other than if you can eliminate all of an opponent's forces to the point where they have no infantry on the board and they have no void gates open, technically you win. But let me tell you, that's not easy to do. That doesn't just happen. That is a complete lockout, and that requires them to mess up badly.
I know you're really focused, Thunderhead,
thank you.
but your camera is not.
It's also much more terrain-friendly than War Machine is. If you guys have seen competitive War Machine being played, you know that it looks like a board game. Because people are using, like, neoprene mats that kind of shaped and are colored like forests, because you can't have things on the board interrupting the very precise measurements and circles and halos and control rings and effect rings and blah, 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 blah. This game is much more laid back. The die rolls are easier to manage. It's much more reactive and responsive. You have many more opportunities to come back from losses early on. Hail Mary plays are very viable from what I've seen. And the resource management game is much more rewarding and fun. Now, if you mean 2D terrain, I mean, I much prefer 2D terrain. So this is something I'm trying to work against Trotsky. I understand the complaints about 3D terrain for games that have tight rule systems like War Machine and even like Warcaster, because Warcaster has a very tight rule system. It really does. I maintain that the only reason people prefer 2D terrain, and this may not apply to you, but maybe it does, is that you haven't played with the right 3D terrain yet, because you haven't played with 3D terrain that takes into account the needs of the game that you're playing. But I'm working on some 3D terrain specifically for use in Warcaster that I think may change your mind on that front a little bit. Because I'm telling you, it is possible to do 3D terrain that both looks good and plays well and considers what the players actually need. It's one of my biggest... This is something I've been doing for Battletech for a while now. Enthalpy Flow, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. I would say, yeah, ask some of our Battletech players here what, and this sounds really arrogant to say, this is the way that I'm wording it sounds bad, I'll just deal with it. Just ask them what I have been able to do for, because terrain in Battletech, if you're playing on a hex map, is very fiddly. Most people choose not to use terrain at all because of the tight confines and level requirements and wobbly terrain. It can be done, though. And if you look at some of the tables that we've created for Battletech over the last year, I think you might be excited about what we should have on offer rather here pretty soon. Enthalpy Flow, again, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Love playing Infinity on 3D terrain. Totally changes up the game. Yeah, I know, right? Play with all sorts of terrain. Prefer to use 3D if it's something you aren't going to place a model on, like a building or wall in War Machine. Yeah. I hate wobbly model syndrome, Trotsky. I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. Let me tell you, designers can work against it, and if terrain is designed intelligently, you can have, like I said, compelling, interesting, tactically... What's the word I'm looking for? Compelling terrain that looks good and plays smooth and doesn't result in, because there's nothing I hate more than that moment when you're on the tabletop and you got a guy looking out what maybe is a window, maybe it's a window, maybe it's just a hole in the wall, does it count? I don't know, and you have to have this conversation with your opponent of, can I see through there? Is that a thing I can see through? Well, I don't know, it's covering part of his... Is that cover? Is that cover? That doesn't look like it should be cover. Ooh, can I stand there? Can I stand here? Can I... Shut the fuck up! Just make terrain that works. Make terrain that everything is obvious what it does and what it's supposed to do. This is what I'm trying to do. So, hang out. See what comes out and see if it tickles your fancy. Because I think we can make... You know, exactly, Trotsky. I play with hex maps in Battletech too. But if you haven't done it, Trotsky, and you may have already... Go into the Discord and check out some of the hex maps that people have posted using my stuff, using Thunderhead Studio Terrain. And know that when you look at a hex map built out of Thunderhead Studio Terrain, every single hex is usable. You can stand in it. It supports your models without being wobbly. It all has standard levels, so it's never challenging to tell where people are standing. I like it. I like it. I've worked very, very hard on it, and I have the same criteria that you do, Trotsky. I really do. Hexpaint, thank you, by the way, so much for being here. Enthalpy Flow. Yeah, you know, I like to share. I like to share what I'm doing. I'll show the Borealis. I'll show the Borealis. Project Dark Fox's baby. Where are you at? Hang on. So I like dropships in Battletech. But I also hate dropships in Battletech. The vast majority of them are spheres. Really, really annoying spheres that take up a huge footprint on the tabletop. And what you're essentially saying when you put them on the tabletop... I'm arranging some things on my desk, don't mind me for a second so I can show this. What you're essentially saying when you put down a dropship in Battletech oftentimes is... You see this bunch of terrain here? We can't play with it. You're not allowed to go there. It's off limits. Our board is now smaller. I hate it. 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 An answer to that can be to go with the non-spheroid dropships. Your leopards, your auroras, your broadswords, so on and so forth. But even those... most of the time, are gonna wind up being not the most play-friendly, not necessarily stable on top. So, we opted to do something about it. This is the Borealis dropship that was designed visually by Project Dark Fox, who did a fantastic job on it based on my requirements, and then I did my own artistic interpretation of his work for the final product. And no, I agree, voids are valid terrain. There's certainly, and that's something like, when you look at my terrain, I have things that are like radar dishes and stuff. And maybe you shouldn't put a mech on top of that because it doesn't make any sense, but I don't make that decision for you. So I design my radar dishes in such a way that technically you can balance a mech on top of them if you need someone to, because sometimes you just need to be in that space for gameplay reasons, no matter how much sense it might make. So I let you do that, and I just want to show you. I have a catapult. Little catapult battle mech here. Let's take a look at where Mr. Catapult can stand. First of all, let's acknowledge that this footprint fits precisely within a set of 33mm standard Battletech sized hexes. And if you look at it, you can start to see where they are. There's a hex here. 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 There's a hex here, etc., etc. Hex, hex, hex. There are little markers here, so you have a hex here, a hex here, a hex here. You can see all of them when you start to look for them, but I like to think that they blend in enough they don't jump out at you. If you're not... Are there any mechs hiding in the bays? I think I took them out last time, but this is a fun thing to do. No mechs in the bays this time. I have been known to leave a lance of mechs in here and forget about them sometimes. But we have these pods on the side that open up. But before we get to those, I want to show you one thing. I love how that snaps. I love how that snaps. I'm really pleased with that engineering. But let's go ahead and just see where Mr. Catapult can stand. Because he can... Now, admittedly, this is one of my... These are the official CGL bases. I don't love these bases. The bases that I use, and admittedly, the Borealis is the least stable of everything because of all of the work that we had to put in to make everything fit. So let me grab one of the ones that... What I do with all my mechs is I put them on these flat-bottom bases with washers in them. But he can balance right there. Let's move forward one hex. He can balance right there. And then he turns. And then he moves forward again. And he can balance right there. And there's a hex here. And he can go there too. And he can go there. And he can go there. And look, he goes down in there. And this is a standardized level with every other piece of Hex Tech terrain. So now he is behind level 1 terrain, which according to the rules gives him cover. Again, we have level 1 drop here, legal hexes here. There's a legal hex right here. There's one right here. This thing that looks like cooling fins, that's there to support your mech. So you can stand there, or you can stand there, or you can stand here, or you can stand all the way out on the edge of this. This is a legal hex right here. And now one of my favorite things. One of my favorite things about this. Not only the fact that these drop pods here open up, but the fact that this hex in here that is marked where you can put your mech to actually transport it, close the door on it like this, that's a legal hex within the same grid. So if you put this on a table and you line it up with the hex grid and you go, my door opens, and here's my mech, you're playing. You're playing the game right now. You are in a legal hex that matches up with all the other hexes on the board that you're using. And then you can be like, oh, I have movement 3, so I go 1, there's a hex there, 2, there's a hex there, 3, I'm moving out. Or, you know, you could stand right here if that made you happy. I'm still just so damn happy with how this dropship worked out. It is the most playable dropship on the market, and we haven't even covered what is, to my mind, one of the coolest features about it. One of the coolest features about it, which is that if you go inside of it, you can see how it's built. So there are little doors in the bottom, you know, for airdropping mechs out. There's this little clamp here, and this little rail system for raising and lowering them. But if you take hold of that little clamp, and you pull it out, it's a pin. And what that pin does is that holds this onto the frame. So let's say you want to use a Borealis, but you don't necessarily need it to be a dropship. Let's say all you want is a fluid tanker. Let's say all you want is... Let's say you want this to be... And I'm remiss in that I don't have the other pod options here to show you what they look like. Some other people have done paint jobs on them, and we have renders of them. But if you want this to be a small carrier, for instance, there's an aerospace support section that you can lock in here that has a little hangar bay for your fighter. It also has a different topology, so that you make this thing into, tactically and mechanically, a different sized piece of terrain. Because that's the thing, you don't have to use this as a dropship. You plop this down in the middle of a table, and what it is just terrain at that point that you can fight on, over, and around. There's an aerospace section, there is a fluid tanker section, there is a physical cargo section. And we're working on some more sections to add to it. I will also note, one of the things I'm proudest of, every single piece on this dropship prints in FDM. Totally supportless. Totally supportless, not one support required, and damn am I ever proud of that. But you want to put this on, you go ahead and attach it right there, you insert your pin again, lock it in place, close the door, and these bad boys are on there, good and secure. I love this fucking thing. We did this, Project Dark Fox. We fucking did this. And I'm still so happy with it. I anticipate there will be a Borealis Mark II. But I'm still so happy with this piece. And it's huge. I didn't even realize how big this thing was going to be when we did it. It's fucking massive. On top of all of that, Matt Plog did an incredible piece of art. Yeah, exactly, Sumitha. So the bottom of it is the least interesting. It's very, very flat. It has these triangular voids, because it also has files for, and it includes a hex footprint that locks into these voids. So what you can do is you can line up the hex footprint on your board, and then all you have to do is take the dropship and slide it down into it. So you're not spending a lot of time doing this number trying to line it up. The bottom is easily the least interesting part of it, though. It's mostly flat. This goes against the print bed. I haven't even bothered painting the bottom. I love that thing. I love that thing. Yeah, I thought about that too, Shock21, because again, here's the thing, guys, I play games. A lot of people who design parts for games, ironically, don't play the games that they're making shit for a whole lot, and I think that that's crazy. I think that's crazy. I play the games, I get annoyed by things that terrain can and can't do, and I have set out to fix it as much as I can. And that is the sort of attitude that I'm trying to bring to Warcaster terrain now. Yeah, I gotta get you one, Thick Mike. Dude, my printers went offline for like a full week, so I got behind on printing a bunch of shit. But I've got a box of... I have a half-printed Borealis and a couple of pieces of terrain from Drop-Base Delta. They're gonna be coming your way here pretty soon, Thick Mike. How you doing, by the way, man? Glad to hear your PC's back up and running. That was a bad time. Exactly, Trotsky. The other thing I'm working on is we have this set of terrain called Drop-Base Delta. And Drop-Base Delta is designed to look like they're modular structures that you would sort of fly into place and drop off, and then those pieces deploy outward into structures. There's one that looks like it's a mech bay that sort of deploys outward. There's one that's a single wide that has wings that deploy outward off of it. It's meant to look like a forward operating base. And I'm working on some cargo attachments for the Borealis that look like the undeployed versions of Drop-Base Delta. So you could theoretically play a scenario where your goal is to secure a landing zone for a Borealis to come in and stop, and then run a game afterwards where you've deployed the base. Because here's the thing, guys. I don't look at it as making models. I don't look at it as making statues. That's not what I make. You know what I make? I make toys. I make toys. You know what toys I loved as a kid? Play sets. Playmobil. Mad Max. Not Mad Max. I mean, I liked Mad Max, but I was thinking of Mighty Max. You guys remember Mighty Max? I loved that shit, you guys. I still love it today. And it's that energy that I'm trying to bring to wargaming, because there are too many artists, just pure artists, making stuff for wargames that don't play the games they're making stuff for. And that is a tragedy to me. I mean, tragedy's probably strong. It's not a tragedy. It just we need more practical stuff. We need more purpose-built stuff. I'm done using fucking aquarium castles for my war games, you guys. I'm done. There's no reason it has to be this way. It can be better. We have the technology. Literally. I was a Lego and Mega Bloks kid. I never really, you know, surprisingly for all the shit that I talk, I never got that into Legos, Ramzoos. I was really big into Playmobil. I had like the castle builder set and stuff like that. 3D printing is, in fact, the time that comes after this time, Metalcore Collectibles. Won't someone please think of the gamers? There you go, Roland. Yeah, I make playsets for action figures. Drop chutes that could be attached to, well, anything? What do you mean? I'm not quite sure what you're describing, Trotsky, but I'm curious. Exactly, Trotsky. Exactly my point. And when I start making a new piece of terrain, I start with the physical parameters. With, okay, what mechanically must this terrain do within the context of the game? Once I've established that, I start adding the artistic flair and elements to it. All operating within the mechanical constraints of what it has to do on the actual table. And I think that a lot of people work the other way. A lot of people start with, what do I want this to look like, and then maybe I'll add a few things that make it okay for gameplay. And I'm not down with that. This whole crusade started after I picked up my first 3D printer and I got in on a Kickstarter for Wargame Terrain, and I printed a bunch of it out, and it looked amazing, and it played like ass. It played like ass. I was so disappointed. Had shit on it that didn't make any sense. It looked cool, but it didn't make a damn bit of sense. I am on a crusade to fix that. Only downside to all these awesome terrain pieces is less money for gift subs. Hamburg, I'm gonna have to, like, ban you from giving gift subs or something. I'm gonna have to save you from yourself, dude. How you doing, by the way, Hamburg Tack? How are things, man? I don't... Okay. I'll tell you. It's strong to call it garbage terrain. And I think that I can say it... I can say what brand it is because it was the first Kickstarter they did. It was like 1.5 to 2 years ago. It must have been 2 years ago now. And they have improved immensely since then in every measurable way. Meccano and G.I. Joe... I'm not familiar with Meccano Enthalpy. G.I. Joe, very much so. It was RM. It was RM Terrain, who is much bigger now, much more well-known. I'm saying this because I don't feel like me, at this point, some random no-name streamer going, RM Printables Terrain first Kickstarter was not the best thing that ever happened. I don't feel like that's really going to hurt their bottom line any. But I think it's fair to say their first Kickstarter was not the best thing that ever happened. It looked good, it printed funny, and it had some design choices made on it that were, in my opinion, batshit crazy. It had lots of stuff like, hey, there's a balcony on the side of this this building. Doesn't that look cool? Shouldn't a balcony go there? I mean, you know, there's no door on the balcony, so I don't know how the fuck you would get to it. But there's definitely a balcony. Oh, hey, there's some, there's a little platform on here, on top of this building, where you could go up and put some models. Wouldn't that be cool? None of the spaces are actually large enough to accommodate even the most common model base sizes, but, you know, it's definitely there, and it's gonna look good. I'm like, why am I doing this? Oh my god. Field of Fire Media, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. That was RM Printable Terrain, and they have improved immensely since this. But I will say that some of the idiosyncrasies and issues that I had with their first run of Terrain is what inspired me to make my own. That said, if you're looking for easily printed fantasy terrain, do go check out RM Printable Terrain. They do much, much better work now than they did when they started, but they also have 2 years of experience under their belt now that they didn't have then. I try not to say bad things about artists or their work unless I can qualify it somehow. Unless I can also say something good. I never want to just be like, this thing is bad, unless it's so bad that people really need to avoid it. And I especially don't like to pick on small businesses or startups like that. Like Games Workshop, yeah, I'll pick on them all fucking day. And that's because nothing I say is ever going to matter to them. They're never going to even find out about it. And if they did, they would laugh their way all the way to the bank to cash their latest check for hundreds of thousands of dollars. Nothing I say is going to change that. They know the things that they're doing that are wrong, and they choose to do them anyway. They have marketing departments that tell them this shit. But individual artists may not know. Individual artists are just trying their damnedest. And they don't deserve to be shit on. That said, personally, I always welcome criticism. Romeo Void, you have a fantastic night, my friend. Thank you for stopping in. It's always good to see you in chat, man. Yeah, I agree, Sumitha. Thank God they made the mistakes early on, and they've continued to learn from them. There's nothing wrong with making mistakes. There's nothing wrong with making mistakes. On any level. In fact, making mistakes is good. If all you do is do everything right, then you're not going to learn, and eventually you're going to hit the point where you do start making the mistakes when it matters. You're best off making the mistakes early when it doesn't matter. They're constantly refreshing they are constantly refreshing the line. Datron, they're refreshing the line that the focus groups say sell the most. And what they mean by that is they're constantly refreshing the line of available Space Marine and Primaris Lieutenant models. That's the line they're refreshing constantly. And eternally. Over and over and over again. Games Workshop is so far removed from a consumer-friendly company at this point. They don't give a shit. They're entrenched in the most unique and unbeatable of ways. They have brand recognition like nobody else does, because they were just there in the beginning. And at this point, it's not even because they make the best games. They don't. I would argue that they do make some of the best models. They really know what they're doing when it comes to sculpting and producing figures, but a lot of that is because they already have the overhead to use the methods that are most effective. But they do not make the best games. In fact, I would argue they make some of the worst games. As far as balance goes, holy crap. They balance games like they hate their own customers. Eldar player back in the 90s found out your models aren't really outdated. No, they're still using the same Guardians, still using the same Dire Avengers, still, at least they're not still using the same goddamn metal warp spiders, right? They've got new warp spiders out by now, don't they? They do a good job with the lore. Usually. Trotsky, I feel like the lore that they've released as part of this latest push, the whole Dark Imperium Primaris line, has been some of the worst lore they've ever released. But I don't know if it's really bad so much as I just don't personally like it, and these two aren't necessarily the same thing. At a certain point when you're an edgy bastard like me and you realize that you hate almost everything, you have to come to the understanding that me not liking something doesn't make that thing bad. It just means I don't like it. There is a distinct difference. Same warp spiders? God damn, really? They don't have new warp spider models yet? That's crazy. Yeah, Drakari. Or like that time that I think they just like manufactured too many rhinos, or Space Marine rhino kits weren't selling anymore, or they wanted to clear the shelves of the last remaining rhinos that they had made because they wanted to reintroduce, or rather introduce, the new Primaris transports. So in the rulebook, they were like, well, here's a formation where if you take it, every squad gets free rhinos. I've never seen a more transparent attempt to sell models. I've never seen a more transparent attempt to be like, buy this outdated model kit, we need to get rid of it, so you can just put as many in your list as you want. Have fun, every squad gets a rhino, the old Oprah list. Oh, that was rough. They update their rules. See, that's my biggest problem with the way that they balance, and I put balance in air quotes, the way that they balance their game. They balance it around what they want to sell this month. What model do we want to push? Well, make it good. Make it the winning combo. We'll change it next month. It doesn't fucking matter. I hate that. I really do. Like, I get it. I understand it. I'm not even saying that they're wrong to do it. From the perspective of a shareholder, I guess that is the best thing they could possibly do. From the perspective of a gamer, they can eat shit. But again, nothing I say here is going to affect their bottom line. I won't affect their bottom line by even one single solitary penny. I just know that I won't. So, you know, I complain. Oh, Bella knocked. Thank you. Oh, thank you for the reminder. Have a little drink of water while I'm at it. Not concerned about my posture or my hydration. I think she just likes telling me what to do. See, I agree, Trotsky, but here's the thing. I'm not the one running a multi-million-dollar miniature gaming corporation at this point. So what the hell do I know? You know what I mean? Clearly they have some idea what they're doing. I see there's a part on here that I missed on both of these guys and I need to come in and paint. They have access to analytics and focus groups that I do not, so maybe they're right. In fact, almost certainly they are. I'm not thinking about this from the perspective of how do I make the most money, though. I'm thinking about it from the perspective of I would like to play a good game, please. Pretty please and thank you. Two things can be true, Thunderhead, yes, but those two particular ones are not. Need to look into, like, not Eldar third-party substitutes. So this is, I think that now is the best time to be into 3D printing if you're, rather, now is the best time if you're into Games Workshop games to also be into 3D printing, because there are so many third-party options. There are so many people making sculpts for 40k. I never bother making anything specifically geared towards 40k, because it's just going to get lost in the mix. I'm going to sneeze. God damn it. It went away. It went away! Son of a bitch. Hey, what's up, man, Rofasol? How you doing today, man? I may only get through doing my red glow, but I will have done it across 8 figures, so you know what? That's not too bad. Yeah, I know, right? The sneeze, like, withdrew back up into my head. It's gonna come out suddenly when I'm least expecting it now. Look into the light. Are you suggesting that I just give up and die, Sumitha? Look into the light. Go towards the voices. No. Fight. Rage. Rage against the dying of the light. Look, not walk. I don't even really plan to use these particular models all that much, the Vassal Witch Hunters, but I have one squad of them, so I might as well paint them. I like the Vassal Reavers better. Been printing great terrain for print for Warhammer. Have you posted any of it, Manro? I'd love to see what you've been printing. Yeah, I've never had any correlation between light and sneezing. Invigilation complete. Lunchtime. Have a good lunch, Raven Cat. JS Twitch coming in with that tier 1 sub. JS Twitch, thank you so much for your patronage, my friend. I hope you're having a good day. I thought, I'm just going to be honest with you guys, I think that that's something that maybe that's a hallmark of this stream, maybe the fact that I am as honest as I am, even with things that aren't necessarily the most flattering. I don't know, you tell me, maybe I lose followers every time I admit something to you guys, it's possible, I don't check the analytics that closely. But I thought, back when I was getting started on this stream, that eventually I was gonna get just like, you know, eventually I'm just gonna get so many subscriptions that I get tired of it, and it's like not even a big deal anymore. I'm gonna be so big and popular. Duh, duh, duh. I said it just like that. And I have been very, very fortunate in that I do get a good number of subs. I don't list it on the stream. I feel like that's kind of gauche. I have not gotten even remotely tired of, not the act of getting a sub and that being like, oh, you're going to get a couple dollars this month. Just knowing that you're sitting there and you're watching this stream, that is in fact my inner voice, Riot Sister. It sounds a little like, duh, duh, duh. At any given time, that's probably what I'm thinking. But, Jesus. I just love the thought every time it happens. I'm like, you're sitting there, you're watching the stream, and you think to yourself, I want to give this guy a sub, he's entertaining. Like, I don't think it's mentally unhealthy to admit that is incredibly validating. for what work I put into this. It is incredibly validating to know that it is appreciated. So, thank you. Thank you so much. Painting for CavCon. What you working on, JS Twitch? What Cav you working on? The Dance of Derp.
As Cracklin' Thunder Spunk. Yeehaw!
Right there. There's the only thunderclap you need. Where's Zibber been? Did they get the clip? He's down in Texas trying desperately to educate the young while the state representatives try to kill everyone. So maybe he's too busy to clip the stupid things that I say. That'd be nice. Isn't it just? Herp a derp, Whitley's good. I feel like Iberben isn't here and that's making me bolder. Yuck. Maybe he keeps me in check. Maybe he is providing a valuable service. No, only Iberben is allowed to clip the stupid things that I say. Only sometimes, Ramzoos, only sometimes. Must not be doing my job enough. I still have to say, chat, I do notice you never clip... I'll say something like insightful or marginally intelligent, or I'll say something like kind of inspiring. You never clip that. You wait until I'm stumbling over my own damn tongue and I say something just boneheaded and idiotic, then you're like, somebody clip it fast. See how it is. Oh, thank you so much, Crossbow Roof. I'm sure he'll appreciate that. Holy moly! Friendly Pyro bringing down the raid. Hide your wife, hide your kids, because they raiding everybody up in here. Ladies and gentlemen, Locusts and Gentlemax, welcome, welcome, welcome in. Friendly Pyro, how are things, man? How was the stream? Manrofasol, thank you so much for the 11 months of subscribing. We have Unpredictable Artist and Shadow Sword 751 dropping those follows. Guys, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Thank you so much for the follow. What you been working on over there, Friendly Pyro? How was the stream? We're working on some Warcaster Neo Mechanica figures today from Privateer Press, with a Brotherhood of Nod-inspired scheme, and I'm just kind of working up a red glow effect for the low parts before I paint the high parts in their more armor colors. A very good evening to you too, sir. switch up project toward the end. What were you working on? Is it the sort of thing you might be interested in sharing? Because we have a share bit at the end of every stream that we're going to be coming up on in about 15, 16 minutes. And I'd love, love, love to see what you got. All you have to do is post it over in the Discord in the Storm Report channel, and we'll take a look at it right here on the stream. I don't think they did, Manro. Not that I know of, anyway. Twitch hasn't made any significant changes in the last few months that I'm aware of, but then I may just be oblivious. It's not only possible, but even likely. Friendly Pyro, again, thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate it. Raiders, I hope you're into mini painting, because that's what we get up to here for the most part. Started with a sketch for a map commission, finished it faster than I thought I would. The next step is painting, and my wet palette is dry. That's not a good thing for a wet palette to be, though. That's the opposite of what a wet palette should be, Friendly Pyro. Oh my god. I hope you recovered from that. Alright, moving up towards orange. Use my vortex mixer. I love shaking a bottle as much as the next guy. But if I don't have to, I ain't gonna. Actually, before I do that, I'm gonna go to an intermediate color in Aldebaran Red. From scale 75. Yeah, that's I've had that happen to me before, Friendly Pyro, where I'm like, I normally I try to keep my wet palette like ready to go all the time, just in case, but sometimes I forget. And I'm like, let me crack open my wet palette and do a little bit of painting, and it's like, let's say not so fresh. Touch more red. When do you have to buy tokens? That's not something I'm familiar with here on Twitch anyway. That sounds like something you would do on like Chatterbait. Which, I mean, I know Twitch has fallen pretty far, but we're not that far yet, are we? Forgot our own, good to see you. Don't mind me, I'm just mixing some paint over here. Into a nice kind of almost volcanic orange. Since I'm moving these glowing red highlights through orange towards yellow. Yeah, it's getting there. You're not wrong. Like, it's funny, but it's also very true. But hey, to each his own, I suppose.
I know you're really focused, Thunderhead, but your
thank you.
camera is not.
How you doing, Arc Plays Games? Hope you're having a good day. Lurker reporting in. What's up, Plank Walker? I love my lurks. I love my lurks, you guys. I'm doing pretty good. Doing pretty solid, Plank Walker. Let me tell you, having a good day. Gotten a decent amount of painting done. And that's always a positive, right? Not the most compelling heat glow effect that I've done on these the fusion saw on my first guy, but I'll tell you what it is. It's easy enough to do fairly quickly on a number of figures that I'm not worried about it. And that's what I'm really after for these guys, is an army scheme that I can do without putting too much thought or time into it. I'm just kind of trying to jam and get as much done here as I can before we start the storm report, because I'd like to start that on time tonight. Every now and then we do things on time, every now and then. So we're in spring now, aren't we? Isn't this... We're in March, so it's spring? That's how it works, right? I miss the winter already. Stuff's starting to come back alive out here. Starts on March 20. Okay, so we're still in winter. Okay. I am a functioning adult who doesn't know when the seasons are. Well, I guess functioning is arguable. Well, winter isn't over yet, and I still miss it already. Things are showing signs of awakening out here, and I'm not a fan of it. We're gonna have bugs again. Ugh. My allergies are gonna kick up. Agriculture is gonna resume. There's gonna be dust in the air. Oh, God. I'm not a fan of the hot months, you guys. I really just am not. God, Ramzus, it's been killing me up here, dude. We got snow. We got snow last week, like a whole bunch of it, and this week I'm getting pollen blasted. It's ridiculous. Yeah, Mage Tales, where I live, it gets really dusty. I live in a very heavily agricultural area, and so planting starts in the spring, and we get so much dust kicked up into the air. The ground is so dry out here unless it's irrigated, so the fields are fine, but there's dust being kicked up from literally everywhere else. Plus, the skunk may try and come back. Generally, the skunks are not as much of an issue in the warmer months. In the cold months, they may try to come in to get warm. But in the warmer months, they have no problem staying in their own burrows, which I appreciate. From Reno. No, not quite that bad, Mage Tales. I've been to Reno, and I can tell you that me complaining about that to someone from Reno is maybe a little much. You guys definitely have it worse than I do. Starting the storm report in just about 4 minutes. I'm going to try to actually do it on time today. I may end up coming back and doing some more painting later tonight, but I'm going to have to get something to eat after this. Trying to get out. I've been to Reno a few times, and while I didn't hate my time there, I was also only staying there for like a couple of days at a time max. So I can't really speak to, like any place is nice if you only have to stay there for a weekend, you know? And then it's been a year, and you're like, oh god, why did I think this was ever gonna work? After a week, you start to get angry. Oh, Friendly Pyro, you got those posted? That's exciting, man. We're going to take a look at those here in just a few minutes then, my friend. Awesome. I'm really glad to hear that. We're not going to get through the glow effects on everybody that I'm painting tonight, all 8 models, but we have made some very, very good headway on it. Considering I'm doing at least 4 layers for the whole thing. Go. Not too shabby of a start.
EA bad. EA make bad game. Gamers together strong. Fight EA.
Gotta say it like Frankenstein, like "Rrr,
EA bad. Rrr."
I mean, it's true. For what it's worth, it's true. How about why Rebels is better? Better than what? Better than everything? Because we could have that conversation. Star Wars Rebels is amazing. Any advice for fixing delaminations on an FDM print? Multiple layers of a wall I printed that are free-floating. Would love to be able to stick them back down instead of reprinting. Drakari, that's tricky. You could always just kinda glue it in place, kinda? I know a lot of people have tried things like you can print sticks of PLA that you can put through a hot melt glue gun, and then you can kind of use a hot melt glue gun to just extrude melted PLA, and you can kind of weld pieces together that way. The 3D printing pens that they have out there that you load the just filament right into, and you can kind of draw with them, those are good for fusing FDM pieces together. Which is better, Rogue One or Last Jedi? Damn it, Kursala, I'm not gonna say good things about either one. Yeah, see, Ramzus gets it. Let's burn this motherfucker down, that's what I'm saying. I'm choosing not to read that name, Sumitha. I choose these days not to blame individuals for my problems with Star Wars so much as acknowledge that everybody currently making decisions for Star Wars is equally fucking stupid. That's where I'm at with it. That's where we're gonna leave that one. Gear Falcon, that's too fucking obvious, man. Like, if you're gonna bait me, you've got to try harder than that, dude. Come on. Like, that's just an absurd statement. That's like saying, I enjoy eating dog poop more than I enjoy a nice tub of hummus. Let's talk about let's have a long conversation about the merits of eating doggy poops. Like, no. No one's gonna, like if you want to prompt someone into a debate, you can't just walk into the room and rip a huge fart. Nobody's gonna fucking argue with that, dude. They're just gonna let it go. They're just gonna look at you like, oh, okay, get a load of this guy, like, that's not an argument. No, that's not a rant. That doesn't count as a fucking rant. You wanna know that I'm not gonna let you work me up. Woosah. Pretty much just all reds and slight variations moving up to orange today for the glove. Not much. But it is about time we take a look at what y'all have been posting for the Storm Report.
Alright, locusts and gentlemechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glor pate and wet palates with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report, brought to you by viewers like you.
That's slick. That's slick, isn't it? I like that. It's such a neat transition. Ever since Last Jedi, I kind of lost interest, not because of the movie, because of the amount of complainers in Star Wars. And I've been one of those complainers, Mage Tales. I have absolutely, I'm one of the worst. One of the things I say about Star Wars is nobody hates Star Wars quite like Star Wars fans. And it's true. Something I want you to consider, though. Something I want you to consider as I heft my war grip from Thunderdome Drew, that every time I look at it, I think more and more this resembles a piece of paraphernalia. It really does. Something I want you to consider, though, Mage Tales. How often do you leave a review for a product, service, or restaurant that you don't feel anything about? Reviews are a funny sort of thing, in that you only really feel the need to leave a review for something if you have a particularly strong reaction to the experience, whether it be positive or negative. Much easier to get negative reviews than it is to get positive reviews as a result. But particularly when it comes to things like Star Wars, and I'll say this a lot about the things that I complain about. If I don't feel anything for a property, for a show, for a movie, for a series, I'm not going to complain about it. I might complain like once and then move on. I might be like, oh yeah, no, that thing's stupid and I don't like it, and then we're talking about something else. If I have the energy to talk about the specific details in a story that I don't like point by point, that means fundamentally on some level that I am at least invested in that story, that it means something to me. And I'd like more people to think about that. When it comes to Star Wars, at least, and this is just a personal thing, because I got a lot of shit. After Last Jedi came out, and I had problems with the movie. I had people tell me that I was, and I'm not in any way saying that people like this don't exist. I had people tell me that I was overtly sexist for not liking Rey as a character. I had people tell me that I was, actually this particular person was just really harping on calling me sexist. For not liking Admiral Holdo. Like, I didn't understand toxic masculinity because I thought that the way they dealt with Poe was wrong, but he's mistaken. He's terribly mistaken. This was an individual who just didn't want to listen to what I had to say, and they wrote me off. And that pissed me off at the time, because I was trying to talk about something that I fundamentally love, and that I only had a problem with because I love the fundamental property. And here's the thing about it too, Roland. Like, if I can bridge the gap for a moment, and I apologize if this is a subject people don't want to talk about, but I promise I won't linger on it long. Toxic masculinity is a real subject. It's something that I've dealt with in my life. The expectations of other men on me for what the features that I'm expected to uphold in order to be masculine, I've never identified with most of them. I don't sports. I don't like the race cars. I don't get excited about working on the engine of my car. I don't do any of these things. And I've been, I don't want to say I've been treated particularly poorly over the course of my life. I've been treated poorly insofar as anybody who's into the things that I am has been. And it's been really, really hard for me to identify with traditionally masculine things. So I get it. I get that there's a culture of that out there. I get that there are people out there who only like these things because they feel like that identifies them as a man, and they pick on other people. Like, I get that. I get that masculine bravado can be a problem when it's misdirected. And I don't even think that it's wrong to address that in media. But when you tell me that the specific story that happened in The Last Jedi was an accurate takedown of that problem, I tell you to shut the fuck up. Because that was stupid as a fuck. That was just the dumbest goddamn thing. I watched that movie and I thought to myself, the people who wrote this have no fucking clue what it means to be a soldier, what it means to work on a ship, what it means to work as a part of a team, the members of whom you put your life in the hands of and have to depend on a moment-by-moment basis. They have no clue what that's like. Because the situation, and I swear to God I'm moving on from this in a minute, so I apologize for this, but the situation that they put them in The Last Jedi, Poe was absolutely right to mutiny against that dumb bitch Holdo. And I'm sorry for using a derogatory feminine phrase there, but she really fucking was. She was smug, and she was stupid. Her plan didn't work. It ended in her suicide. It got dozens to hundreds of people killed for no reason whatsoever. And the whole premise of it was, you're a man, and I don't have to tell you what the plan is. That was her most trusted pilot. That was the man upon whom the trust of the men and women in the rebellion lay. And he made one mistake in the beginning of the movie, and they used that as a justification to pretend that he couldn't be trusted with anything, and that's fucking nonsense. Because in his situation, commanding those men and women, believing that your leader doesn't have a plan when your entire rebellion consists of a few thousand people on a single cruiser desperately running for your lives, it is not only right, it is your responsibility as a commander and as a leader to mutiny against your incompetent leadership, and if nothing else, save the lives of the men and the women who trust you. Otherwise, what you're saying is Poe should sacrifice the lives of his friends and his compatriots on the altar of trusting a woman that he doesn't know that doesn't trust him. On the notion that, well, Leia trusts him. Well, here's the thing. Leia's a pretty good leader. She can be wrong, though. And you don't expect people to follow you blindly to their death based on, well, you need to know your place. I'm sorry, but no. That's crazy. That's insane. And I hated that movie almost exclusively because of that. That might surprise some of you. Some of you might think that because Luke Skywalker is my favorite character, I would complain more about how he was treated in the movie. I do kind of have a problem with the way that Rey was just like, hey, look, I'm good at everything without having to try. But whatever, that's just shitty writing. That's not really, like, offensive. I think that Luke getting knocked down a peg or two and finding the power in pacifism is interesting. Because being passive, removing consideration of the self and your wants from situations, from your consideration of the world around you, is an interesting philosophical point that I think is very much in tune with the way the philosophers of the Force are described in Star Wars. And I think that the light side of the Force is very much in tune with the notion that you shouldn't want for things. You should give of yourself to the living force, to the will of the universe, and to the needs of others, and to trust that it will in turn take care of you. I like this. I respect this. I think that taking Luke in that direction was perfectly fine. What I don't think is fine is taking a big dump on Poe's head because you don't understand how the military works. And Rian Johnson, probably just stick to writing murder mysteries, dude. Rian Johnson's a perfectly good writer. I think he kind of shat the bed with that movie. That's my bit. You guys wanted me to rant. I ranted for a little bit. I love Star Wars, you guys. I grew up with Star Wars. I'm as much as I try to let it go, I don't know that I'll ever be able to. Even though it doesn't seem terribly interested in me as a fan anymore, you know, whatever. I haven't succeeded in letting it go yet. Interestingly enough, the line that I identify most with in The Last Jedi came from Kylo Ren when he said, "Let the past die. Kill it if you have to." And on some level, I think I am trying to kill that part of myself now so that I can let it go. Oh man, oh man, oh man. So that's my bit. That's my bit. The reason The Last Jedi has made most money, it's not based on nostalgia. Yeah, it's Disney is... I consume Disney products. I pay Disney money to watch their shows and to watch their movies, and I can't deny that many of them are amusing and really, really well made. But Disney is an evil corporation. Maybe it's not even evil. Maybe evil isn't the right word. Disney is utterly devoid of morality in any way, shape, or form. Disney is a money-making engine. It is a soul-grinding machine that takes your childhood. And bear in mind as I say this, I'm not saying that you're wrong for enjoying Disney products. I'm not saying that you shouldn't give them money to... Oh, hey, my print finished. I'm not saying that you shouldn't give them money to enjoy what they create simply for the sake of this is entertaining. It doesn't have to change your life to be good. What I'm saying is that when Disney makes social stands, when Disney tries to tell you a lesson about life, know that that lesson about life, that moral stand, that ethical point is coming from a position of, well, they passed it through the focus groups, they looked at the latest trends on social media, and they shoved it through an algorithm a few times, and the machine says this is the message that people want to pay them money to hear. That's the only reason it's making it into the movie. They have no morals. Their purpose at this point is to take your childhood, grind it into a fine fucking powder, and dilute it as thin as they can to sell it back to you for the maximum quantity of profit. That's it. I'm not saying it's evil. I'm not even saying it's wrong. It's not right, though. It certainly isn't moral. And it's not the fucking place that dreams are born, okay? Disney is the place that dreams go to die. I'll end on that somewhat contemplative note. And we'll move forward into the Storm Report, which is what you really want to see after getting all my edgelordism out of the way. Hang on a second, let me push this print plate. Yeah, also my cousin was recently fired from Disney, and I'm still kind of bitter about that.
Yo,
I don't know.
I heard you liked battle mechs.
I do.
So I put a battle mech in your battle mech, and now Thunderhead's 3D printer is broken.
There you go. There you go, nanotanks. I don't know if you guys ever went to some of the whatchamacallits, the live shows they do, you know, like the Star Wars spectacular live shows, the dance shows and shit that they do. If you went to one of those and you saw an Emperor Palpatine live performance, there is a very, very good chance that you saw my cousin, because he was Palpatine at a lot of those performances over the course of the last, I think 6 years. He's been doing Palpatine. And he also works over at Universal Studios, where he does a number of characters, including Ollivander, at Ollivander's wand shop in the Harry Potter world. That one is particularly cool. I got the chance to go to one of his Ollivander wand shop shows, and that was a delight. It's a show designed entirely for little kids, and he like picks out a little kid, you know, and they like, "Yo, try this wand. It's made with, you know, phoenix feathers, and this one has a unicorn hair in it," and so on. You know, they do the whole spiel, and they'll have the kid like wave the wand, and it's in Florida, Gear Falcon, and he's at Disney World. And they will, they've got like animatronics and shit set up in the room, so the kid will like wave the wand in the air, and then like the drawers behind the desk will open and papers will come shooting out, or they'll have like a lightning effect and the room will get dark, and he'll be like, "Oh no, that's not the wand for you," and then he'll pull another wand, and they'll do this a few times until they finally hand the kid the wand that he gets to keep as part of the show, and they're like, "Oh yeah, that's your wand, you're a wizard now." It is the most adorable thing. It is... For all the soul grindery that may occur there, moments like that almost make it worth it. Yeah, I've seen some kids' faces just fucking light up, and my cousin loved doing it. He got so into it. Mandalorian's fairly awful writing too. People latch on because they're trying to make up for bombarding the sequels. Mage Tales, I'm with you. I don't like The Mandalorian. Like, I watch it, I enjoy parts of it. I console myself by saying, well, it doesn't completely suck, but there are huge portions of The Mandalorian that are so obtusely and shittily written that it's unfucking believable. That whole episode that Robert Rodriguez did was like the most egregious example of, I'm going to give you a cool action scene so you don't pay attention to the fact that literally nothing else happening in the whole episode doesn't make any fucking sense at all. The whole finale of Season 2 of The Mandalorian would have happened exactly the same way if the main character hadn't been there, and I have a problem with that from a writing point of view. Let's actually do the Storm Report. What do you say? Here we have up first from Lore Friendly, "Joke's on you all. I'm first this time. Current works in progress on the painting desk. I think I found a scheme I'm happy with for my Battletech. White with shocks of color to make each unique is coming out a lot better than I expected, even just base coated. Aside from the Shadowcat and Stinger, I've also got an seal. I've also got an A-word paramedic from my Infinity Army. Had the purple done before everything. Finally able to move on to other details. I actually do quite like that. It kind of has the same appeal for me that the first Free Worlds Guard scheme does, but obviously not strictly limited to purple. You're able to kind of mix it up. White with a shock of color, it makes them look kind of like race cars. Alguacil. Okay, thank you. I was a linguist in the army. Is that a rein? Should it be a alguacil? Alguacil? Something like that? Is there a lamb at the end of it? I hate that letter. That's a letter. Rein. And yeah, you gotta say it that way, from back here. And it's Arabic. Yeah, I probably should have. Well, it's transliterated fantasy Arabic, so give me a damn break. I will say, I am loving the way these are coming together, though. This is hot. You introduce a couple more splashes of color, like with the cockpit glass and maybe like the vents here, a little something else on the weapons. I really like this clean look. The Stinger's looking pretty great. He almost looks like a Power Ranger. And speaking of Power Rangers, look at this. Look at this purple power over here. Infinity's all metal models too, isn't it? At least I'm not the only person out here painting metal. I feel like I'm in the past, but I guess I'm not. Good old Infinity. I heard that, so Code 1. Somebody tell me what Code 1 is, because people keep talking about it like it's some kind of simplified version of Infinity that I should try. And I don't know how to feel about it. Lovely paint jobs, all in all lore friendly, and thank you so much for sharing that with us. I'd love to know what purple you used, by the way, on that Shadowcat. That's very, very nice. Here we have from Forgotarung, the culmination of a lot of printing, taping, and painting, and tons of procrastinating. Well, yeah, that's kind of assumed. Still needs more hills, some trees, and the slums and other level 1 buildings, but it feels good to have it done enough to fill a board. Hopefully I'll get some games on it soon. Next project is the Alien Red Desert with the drop base and soon the Fluid Works, so I can exploit its natural resources. Whenever Steel Warrior Studios gets around to listing the Red Desert maps, man, we have so many things. We have so many things in the works right now through Steel Warrior Studios and Thunderhead Studio. Like, a lot of things I don't want to necessarily talk about just because, I mean, you guys know I don't like to talk about a lot of my projects until I have something to show for them. I feel like that almost ensures that I won't get them done. But it's crazy. It is crazy how many things are coming down the pipeline right now. So, man, keep your ear to the ground, keep your eye on Steel Warrior Studios. You're going to love some of what's coming up this year. Simplified Infinity. Rules light Infinity. So that might be something I could get into because Infinity makes me go a little cross-eyed. Just a little bit. Light version of N4, less advanced rules. I may need to have a look. I may just... Did not realize more words was the norm in these not necessarily Friendly Pyro. It's not required. Some people just do that. Let's take a look at the picture. What do you say? Because holy shit! That was They should have sent a poet. Yeah. So when I started making Trinity City, I never imagined anything like this for Forgotarung. Like, on some level, vaguely, maybe I thought, hey, this will be possible. But I didn't really think anything like this was going to happen. By the way, I spotted how you used the, tunnel entrance on the hydroponics facility, and I love it. That is so damn cool. So I want to ask you a question, Forgotarung. How easy did you find it, given the way Trinity City and the roads and the buildings are constructed, and really the way you've constructed your rivers, which is amazing? How easy did you find it to just build a table, to just put down a mat and build a table from scratch without, like, a guide or I mean, unless you planned this out meticulously, which I suppose you may have. It's possible that you did. I want to do some more features on how easy it is to just build a table counter from scratch using pieces from Trinity City and other stuff from Steel Warrior. I'm blown the fuck away by this. Like, I'm sitting here trying to think of, like, what do I say? What are the words? What is enough praise for this build? And I don't have it. It's amazing. Forgotarung, you have blown my fucking mind. This is the peak. This is peak Trinity City for the season 1 stuff as far as I'm concerned. This is as good of an outcome as I could possibly have hoped for when I set out on this project. I'm glad to hear that, Forgotarung, because that is exactly what I was hoping would be possible, and that's how I build my tables. I put down these foundations in the few places that I want them, plop them down. stick what I want to on top of them, start building the roads out from that, connect them as they make sense, and then start plopping buildings into the void spaces. You don't really need to have a plan because of the way that everything interconnects. You can just start connecting pieces, and if you keep going, eventually you'll have a city. Having issues getting things to stay in place though, just kind of bumping, little bits of bumping, Verg. Yeah, it's hard to avoid that when you're dealing with something as tight as a hex map. I'll tell you what, we can probably come up with some ideas for that though as we continue to work on this stuff. Vergadarung, thank you so much for sharing this build. By the way, guys, go give Vergadarung a follow, and please check out... See, I was hoping, Verg, that the weight of it would stop that from happening so much. But please, get on the Discord, go to Vergadarung's artist channel at Thunderhead Studio, and check out the rest of his work. He has more pictures there. He's got stuff that he's been working on. He's got his own files over at Steel Warrior Studios. He does amazing work. Please check it out. Let's keep going. Here we have from Project Dark Fox. So I guess I'm making t-shirt designs now. This was made for Chaotic Harmony. This is the front. The LRM racks will be up around the pecs shoulders. Okay, so you're going to have LRM racks here, and then missiles go whoosh. Wow. Just in time indeed. Chaotic Harmony not here for the whole stream, shows up right at the end so he can fillet himself in public a little bit. To be clear, dropping in groups, using LRMs, being Chaotic Harmony? Not so much. For those of you who are not current on the saga of Chaotic Harmony, our Lord and Savior, long-range missile Jesus, struck down by PGI only to rise again days later. He's had a bit of a time lately with the makers of MechWarrior Online, the company PGI. He has irritated them somewhat by proving that they don't really know what they're doing when it comes to multiplayer queue building, and their response to that was to ban him for the duration of an event, and then to host like a super passive-aggressive follow-up event afterwards. Like, they're being real dicks about it instead of just addressing the issues. Hoisted upon a banhammer for PGI's sins. Yay. Yay, and he has risen, my children. Yeah, it's some ridiculous fucking shit. And, you know what, Chaotic, I gotta tell you, though, I think you enjoy it. I think that Toxic Harmony enjoys it maybe just a little too much. It's okay, though. It's okay, though. I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Can we get a shout-out, by the way, for Chaotic Harmony? If you guys enjoy Battletech, and also, I want one of these t-shirts, by the way, when these get made. Yeah, I want the shirt. I'll wear that. This is fucking funny as shit. It's such a narrow in-joke, like, I'm totally about it. But yeah, guys, if you have enjoyed any of the voice clips we've had on the stream so far, that voice, that's Chaotic Harmony. He's a great dude. He's a lot of fun. He's a really, really good time to just sit and watch him play MechWarrior Online. He's a very talented player. He's also a very entertaining player and a great streamer. So please, go give Chaotic Harmony a follow. Follows are free, and as I have said numerous times, the worst case scenario is you drop into his stream one day and you go, this isn't for me, and you unfollow. So give it a shot. Give it a shot. Coming down, we have from Sumatha instead of Taco Tuesday, I present Titanic Taquito Tuesday, because reasons. Oh, I see. I see what you did there. Titanic Taquito Tuesday, because they're Titans. Yeah, no, I get it. Also, man, I would nosh some fucking taquitos right about now. I am liking the look of those Steel Knights, man. You really have stumbled upon something pretty damn cool with those. Is this a new one? I don't recognize this one. I don't think I saw this one in the last group shot. Yeah, newest edition. Another as-yet unnamed unit. Admirable articulation, though has a few uncomfortably tight joints, like one of the upper knees takes a lot of force. And I do like the styling. Based on the same chassis frame, the last two that I got has some really unique aesthetic factors going that set it apart in a positive way, make it feel even more Titany. I don't think that's a word, especially the head. Also has a few interchangeable hands for the little pilot figure for various poses and such. If it were magnetized, I might have wondered if it was something our very own Cybran did. I do like the look of this one. I like the sort of rounded across the front, smooth barrel chest. He looks like is that a knife? Yeah, it's a knife he's wielding there, because of course a Titan should have a giant knife. And this guy's pointing, he's saying, go over there, stab them with your knife. I like how they put a shamag on this guy too. Yeah, all in all, it's a very cool frame. He's got kind of like a little gladiator helmet on him too. These Steel Knights toys are just really fucking cool, dude. And of course, the obligatory squad pick, this time with some of the dragons in front of the TV visible. Look at all the dragons. It's a whole dragon collection. That's a good number of Titans. I mean, you know, obviously BT7274 reigns supreme, though unfortunately he appears to be the least articulated of this whole group. His little stand-in, his little look-alike here is still looking pretty excellent. I agree. I think these two are probably my favorites of the set. Like, I like this one in the same way that I love the Titans from Titanfall, but taken as a unique property, I think they did more work on these to have them stand apart. They're a little bit more humanoid, which I really enjoy. Note the message right after the squad pick. You may like to open up that last image in full scale, take a look at the weapons along the bottom, and you might find some familiar looking things. Oh wait, what am I looking at? Hang on. Oh shit. Yeah, those are Titanfall weapons. Are they metal? You got the Mastiff, you got the car, you got the R97, you got the fucking Ronin broadsword. What are those from? That's pretty cool. Which brand are these miniatures from? So, I believe it's a Chinese company, and the line is called Steel Knights. I think that's right, Sumitha. I'm sure Sumitha will let you know, though. Alright, let's keep coming down and see what we've got next from Mellow Minis. Ooh, looks like we're working with a little bit of that fluorescent paint. Look at that. That's pretty slick. I'm getting like a real George Bush million points of light kind of thing out of this one. I'm just reminded of the goddamn Dana Carvey skit that he did way back in the day on SNL as George Bush. And he's like, all right, turn out the lights real quick. And he flips down the night vision goggles, and it's just a little dot. And he's like, imagine 1,000 of these suckers coming at you in the middle of the night. Huh? Over here. Maybe I'm old. I just had that realization. There's probably a number of people in chat who don't know what the fuck I'm talking about right now. Oh, that's not good. This is pretty slick. This is pretty slick right here, making the Chaos Space Marines look extra hot with that fluorescent orange. Lovely. You shut up, Ramzoos. You're like 12 years old. God. See if I send you a fucking Steam gift card on your birthday next year, huh? Yeah, that's what I thought. Diecast Titanfall 2 weapons. Okay. Set of those for you whenever I get it. Oh shit, really? That's fucking awesome. Dude, yeah, I'll make like a cool little display for those. Really? That's awesome, man. Sumitha, you're a fucking bro. You're a bro and a half. Really though, Mellow Minis, this is some really, really nice use of fluorescent paints. I've been trying to find more ways to use fluorescent paint since I actually have some of them, and I've used some of them on my my Marvel Crisis Protocol stuff. I like this idea of doing trim with it though. That's I love the shapes that come out when you do that. Well done. Wow, God, that sounds so official, Project Dark Fox. Here we have, from our very own Cyber Knight, got a couple orders in from Steel Warrior Studios. Finally, Kaiju Kitten Classification Nova for scale. It's a Category 6, the first ever. Ooh, we got a bunch of drop-based, so this is what I was talking about earlier. These are the drop-based Delta pieces that are meant to be like modular, prefabricated, deployable structures. Looks like we got a couple of power stations, a number of personnel, a couple of the warehouses. We've got some ruined pieces of Trinity City, and we have the Sigma Dome. Oh my, okay. Cyber Knight, I want your feedback on the Sigma Dome, because there are parts of it that I'm not totally happy with. But you do a lot of design work, and I'd love to know your thoughts on it. The doors need to be redone. They work. They don't work as well as I'd like. I was working with a lot of mechanical constraints. There's gonna be a Sigma Dome Mark II at some point. But yes, please, any thoughts that you have. Yeah, that's definitely a Category 6 right there. That's going to be a bad time for everyone involved. The Sigma Dome is big, isn't it? I'll show you, Metalcore. It's probably the least favorite that I have of the mechanisms that I've designed, and I need to redo it. The doors they work, in a very particular way. But, yeah, I'll help you out if you have any issues with that. All in all, though, I'm loving these prints in the beige that Alex is putting out now, and I hope that you love Drop Base Delta, man. I was really, really happy with that set. Here we have from Shock 21, a little detour from Mech Painting. Happy with how this one came out. Painting a couple of buildings. A couple of the commerce set. Just something nice and simple and low to battle around. I think this came out nice. I like your use of the bright colors on things like the dumpster, solar panels up here, the yellow on the sort of rolling doors, air conditioner unit. Everything stands out nicely. Nice work. Well done, Shock 21. And I'm glad that you're enjoying your 3D printer, man. Shock 21 was the winner of our 1-year Streamiversary giveaway, in which we gave away an Ender 3 3D printer, and it has been incredibly gratifying to watch him print and paint stuff. Just, I love putting the power of fabrication into the hands of more hobbyists, and more than anything, I like seeing what they do with it. Thank you very much for sharing that with us today, Shock. Here we have from Ion Raptor, I've created a monster. Well, now you can print a monster. Here we have from Ion Raptor, just got the bomber done, really happy with this one. For those of you who do not know, Ion Raptor is working up a series of 3D printable files for use in the setting agnostic fleet battle game A Billion Suns that just came out, available from Osprey Publishing, if you've not heard of it. The game's a little complex, but I don't think negatively so. There are parts of it you can cut out and really simplify it, but it's designed to really scratch the itch of us gamers who get into, admittedly, way more complex games than probably makes sense. It's definitely not designed to be like a tight skirmish experience. It's something when you want to play like a big table and a complex battle with different tables that influence one another and shit like that. I'm loving these files they're working on, Ion Raptor. They definitely have a very homeworld, sort of vaguer look to them, and I am absolutely going to be printing a bunch of these out for my own Billion Suns fleets. Yeah, really, really good stuff. Oof, Ion Raptor. Clean, interesting shapes, man. Not over detailed at all like so many do. I love your work, Ion Raptor. I really, really do. Really, really do. Gus Schultz! Oh, fuck! You guys, this is one of the most amazing things. This is one of the most amazing things, and you can't really appreciate this outside of the full context of what he's doing. If you stick with this stream, if you stick with the Storm Report, and I hope that Gus Schultz is going to continue to share these with us until he gets it done. This is an Imperial Knight that is being modified into a Nurgle Knight with the theme of being essentially a giant fly mutant. He has put green stuff on every fucking surface of this thing, and he is hand sculpting and texturing the whole thing, and it is so gross. It's so gross, and I know that that doesn't sound like praise, but you have to consider what it is he's trying to build. This is the abdomen of a giant mechanical fly monster. Look at the spines, look at the texture, the little rotted bits. If you look down here, he's got little pustules. Yeah, he's got a real Jeff Goldblum the Fly look. Friendly Pyro, I feel like this doesn't even do it justice. Look at all this down here. The sculpted in veins and skin texture and little pustules and the front of it too. Like it has a set of fly mandibles that are also a set of rotting human bones. Like it's so cool. And Gus Schultz is no fucking slouch. This dude, and I'm sorry, I don't remember offhand, Gus, if I'm getting this wrong. You have won at least a couple of Crystal Sword and Golden Demons. Do I have that right? I don't find that surprising at all, given the quality of work that I'm seeing out of you at this point. I would say, though, that it does me a great... I don't want to say honor. Honor seems like such a trite word for this circumstance. It is Slayer Sword and 6 Golden Demons. God damn, dude. It is very humbling, and I thoroughly appreciate that as talented a maker and painter as you decides to spend some time with us here in the stream and share your work. I really appreciate it. I'm glad that you have fun here, man, and I hope that you stick around, because I want to see this project come to its full fruition, to the fullness of the fly. Oh god, look, it has a little like puckered fly anus on the back here. I hate it. I hate everything about it, and I still want to see it painted. Jesus Christ, Gus, there's something a little, here's the other part of that. I'm going to balance that praise for you, Gus, because for all those nice things I said, also, based on this, there's something a little wrong in your brain. But I think you might have known that already. Gus, thank you so much for sharing with us today, man. We have from Necrobob, Cornish pasties. Been a favorite of our family for a long time. See, this is not, when I hear pasty, I think of something else, I have to say. This is like, is it like a savory oven pie? Is that what I'm looking at? Because I am all about this. Oof. Of course, I'm really hungry right now, so I'd pretty much eat any kind of baked pastry. Yeah. I'm strangely hungry right now. Are they Cornish because they have Cornish hens in them? Or are they Cornish because of the region of the world that they come from? What's in them? That's my curiosity. Because if it's like full of Cornish hens, then it's a nice savory chicken pie, and I'm so into that. They originate in Cornwall, so it's probably the location rather than the inclusion of a Cornish hen. Oh, but it's got meat and root vegetables. Okay, so it may be a little bit like a shepherd's pie without all the potate, you know? I'm into that. It does sound good. Savory pie favored by miners. Miners, not minors. I know, Friendly Pyro. I'm sorry. But thank you so much for sharing that with us today, Necrobob. It is very taco-like. Yeah, it's like a Cornish taco. That's what we're gonna call it. That's what we're gonna. We're gonna go with that. Big in the UP. Here we have from Kursala. Sat down to do some painting, made monsters instead. I wish I had the screaming sound they used to play in like Ren and Stimpy when they would zoom in on somebody's like hairy mole or something like that. There's quite the combination you have going on here. I like the combo of the Marauder-esque cannon with the catapults. Like there's something beautifully twisted about combining the Marauder and the catapult based on the whatchamacallit, the pedigree, if you will, of the Mad Cat. Pirate mechs. And we've combined our Gear Falcon, our Jade Bird mech over here with what looks like the legs that came off the catapult. You really are a bit of a monster. Look at this. This is like a wolfhound, and its arms are catapult box launchers. What mad alchemy have you unleashed? Someone call my name. We summoned him. We summoned him by mentioning the bird mech. A Clint. Oh, yeah, you're right. That is a Clint. Looking at the shape of the head. Wolfhound would have had the little boops, like up there. Gus Schultz! Thank you so much for this. That's why I did it. That's why I was buttering him up so he would sub. You see what I did there, guys? I should make a YouTube video on how to butter people up to get subscriptions. Gus, thank you so much for the sub, man. Really, it does mean a lot. It means a lot that you're hanging out here, and I appreciate that you want to support the stream, dude. Thank you so much. Seriously, though, Kursala, this one in particular is madness, and I'm terrified to see. You're giving it bird legs, for God's sake. It's like that scene at the end of House of a Thousand Corpses. You pull off the sheet, and you're like, behold, Fish Boy. Here we have from Roland, a bit of a mess. Not too bad. Doesn't look like you spilled some glue. Still, the workspace is looking pretty good, man. Honestly, cleaner than mine is right now. Ooh, we got like a little tank over here that you're working on. I see some Trinity City over here. I see another building. Well, it's nice to see you getting so much work done, dude. And I'm really glad that you've had a burst of inspiration lately, because, guys, I understand it. I'll spend months where I'm just like, I can't make myself do anything. I can't bring myself to paint, can't bring myself to build. It's just blah, 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 blah. I feel like I should be doing it, but I just can't. And then sometimes it's like, I have to make everything in the world. And right now, I'm in the middle of one of those. Maybe I need to talk to a therapist. I don't know. The point is, I'm making stuff right now, and it feels good. And I'm glad that Roland is there, too. Roland, I know you've had some shit happen in your life recently, man, but don't let it derail you. Ride that creativity. You're going to thank yourself later, man. Lovely looking workspace. By the way, blue spill or no, Vergaderung sharing what the Christ. Alright, so I clicked on this expecting to be disgusted, but I gotta be honest, once I look at it up close, I just kind of want to eat this. Yeah. They're just delicious hot dogs with some white bread, and it's appealing in like the most shallow, puerile, limited palate sense, and I don't mean that as an insult, Vergaderung. I just mean this is like, I would have enjoyed this as much at 10 years old as I would enjoy it right now. Also, I am really quite hungry. Really quite hungry. They look grilled. Yeah, they look like actually some pretty decent hot dogs. And I think we discussed this before. Hot dogs are a form of taco. Anyone think that looks a little phallic? It's a hot dog, Kursala. Oh my god. I'm just... I'm reminded of, fucking that scene in It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia when Mac is at the therapist. And he's just talking, like, non-stop, like she can't even get a word in edgewise, and he picks up a pen, and he's like, oh, yeah, okay, I see what you do. You put this pen on the desk, and I'm supposed to think, like, oh, yeah, that looks like a dick. She's like, maybe we should talk about that. Kursala, maybe you should talk to somebody. Here we have from Manro Vassal, a crashed spaceship terrain, PLA Thingiverse, from Terrain 4 print. Ooh, I think I've seen some of these pieces, but I haven't seen anyone print them out. It's meant to be like a crashed Imperial Destroyer. Wow, that's a lot of printing. Ooh, Manro, this is cool. The broken up engine nozzle, so you can build like a whole board out of crashed spaceship terrain. This is cool. You say this is on Thingiverse? Damn, this is nice for Thingiverse. Manro, would you do me a favor? Would you post a link to, if you're here, I think, yeah, I see you there. Okay, if you would post a link to this Thingiverse page, where these are, over in the general 3D printing portion of the Discord, I would love to click on that and take a look at the rest of the pieces in the set. These prints, they all look lovely. They look nice and smooth. This seems like this is going to be a damn cool board when you get it done, man. Yeah, it is a fun concept, isn't it? Fighting in the ruins of like a crashed destroyer. Very cool, Manro. And nice printing. I think everyone will agree it needs to be done. I submit this in both Crossbow Roofs and Emberben's name. Thunderhead, please don't ever change. We love you, man. Oh, man. Hang on. Let me see if I've got my audio set up to play Discord. I always have to switch Discord back and forth, which is lame. Alright, so that's set up for A. Eventually my audio is going to be smooth and run easily, but that is not this day. That is not this day. I was just looking at a thing earlier about the elven words that are sung in the song in the background when Boromir lay dying in the Fellowship of the Ring, and it is Elvish for a line that was actually given to Faramir in the books, and I'm only going to share it with you now because it's brief and I thought of it, and because I find it so very, very meaningful and beautiful, even though it's kind of thematically unrelated to everything that we're doing right now. And it is, I love not the sword for its sharpness, nor the arrow for its swiftness, nor the soldier for his glory. I love only that which they defend. Tolkien, man. Tolkien. Okay, let me check my sound. Audio cable. DB audio virtual cable. Okay, that should work, right? Maybe. Monitor and output. All right, we'll see if the sound works. I'm gonna try to play this, and if the audio doesn't work, let me know. Turn down Pretzel first. derp, Whitley's good. I knew that was going to be bad, but I didn't know how bad. That's, oh my god, okay. Whoopsies. Look. Yeah, it is a little bit of a contrast. I was reading the words that Riot's sister wrote, so I can't be held responsible for any of this, okay? It's not my fault. Let's move on from this as quickly as we possibly can and check out what Hethrir has been painting. Here I'm playing Yakuza 4 and suddenly I hear that in my ear. I hope that you can't forget it. I hope that haunts your fucking dreams, Ramzoos. Here we have Widget Wonka for a friend. Ooh, that's a nice good-looking mini. I really like this sort of almost parchment color that you've got going on in the wings, and then this yellow contrasted against the... They're both kind of a desaturated purple and yellow, gold color, but these two colors contrast so well. I guess they're complementary, is what they are. Blame Kat while she's gone. I'd blame Kat if she was here. I'd blame her to her face, and then I'd beg for forgiveness, but since she's not here, I won't do that part. Your faces are really improving lately, Hethrir. I have the chance to look at a lot of the models that Hethrir paints, not only here, but also in person. And, yeah, you've been doing a lot more work with faces lately, man, and I think it's really paying off. You should post up your Justicar Voss that you've painted for Warcaster, also, because that's a great paint job, man. And I'm sure that your friend will appreciate this. I like this too. This is meant to be a blade. It's an interesting sort of faded effect here. Absolutely, Hethrir. Dude, yeah, keep up the good work. Here we have from Friendly Pyro what he was working on. Map sketch and a sketchbook cover. Work in progress. Interesting that it's done on a triangular piece of paper. I'd be curious to know what this... Is it done for like a D&D campaign or something like that? It's a lollipop. Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. That works. Like a combat lollipop, right? Who doesn't have one of those? I like the little scroll work that's done on the edges here. And the sort of cartography notation that you use for like the mountains and the water. It very much feels like, I was just talking about Tolkien, but it reminds me of the kind of map that you would find inside the dust cover of a fantasy novel. For a board game being designed by your sister, that's even cooler. Hell yeah, Friendly Pyro. It looks excellent. Combat Lollipop. Interesting name for a mace. And a sketchbook cover, work in progress. If you hadn't done the petals, I would be like, it's the Eye of Sauron, because that's where my brain is right now. But the petals, they kind of ruin that effect. Or they make the Eye of Sauron much cuter than it should be. I'm going to go with it's just a really, really cute, like if Sauron were scrapbooking, this is what he would put on the cover of it, you know? Like a little winky face kind of deal going on. Oh, really nice work, though. I suck at anything involving thread or stitching or anything like that, so even this blows my damn mind. Fantasy maps are your main thing. I'm gonna have to check out some more of your work, Friendly Pyro. I don't know if I'm following you. Am I following you? Let me find out. Why won't you tell me if I'm following this person? Come on, Twitch. Give me a button. Yeah, there it is. Well, you got another follow, Friendly Pyro. I'm going to stop into your next stream and see what you got going on. Let's keep going here. Again, thank you so much for sharing that with us, and thank you so much for the raid earlier, my friend. Here we have, from NB Toby, whipped up a remixed Smite Karnov using several of his models. Going to print it tonight. He has done some really fantastic work, and he's come a long way using Blender this year. Because he does all his work in Blender, as far as I know. I like the big dag nasty rotors you got on there. I'm gonna have to take a look at his work to find out which of his files you remixed into this one, but it's looking mighty beefy. Ooh. I'll take cute Eye of Sauron. Hell yeah, dude, please post the final print of this up in the 3D Printing General section of the Discord, because I want to see how this works out, NB Toby. That, if you'll accept my abruptness, will bring us to the end of the Storm Report, and thus to the end of our stream for tonight. Who are we raiding? Who are we raiding? Who's doing what? Hang on, let me see. Critical Role is going. We probably don't need to raid them. Catic Harmony's playing some MechWarrior Online. Thunderdome Drew is painting a tree man. Thick Mike is working on a werewolf. MCB TV is playing some Elite Dangerous. Alara Kerensky is making the Baron proud in Star Wars Squadrons. Heresy Killer is doing some pinstriping practice. My buddy Cosmic Disorder is doing some music. Man, we got a lot of people on tonight. All right, I'm going to give you guys a choice. Not between specific artists or anything like that, but categories, okay? So you can choose gaming, art, or music. Yell out what you want, and I'll arbitrarily pick one of them. Damn it, no, Punk Duncher. That's unacceptable. Totally unacceptable. Art? Yeah, I'm thinking art too. Art's kind of our jam. A little bit. Let's go ahead and raid over to Thick Mike, who looks like he is working... Looks like he might be working on some DRD terrain tonight. Let's go ahead and get that raid started, because he is going to be going for a while. Thick Mike is a great dude. Guys, if you're in chat right now and you're thinking, I'm done watching Twitch right now, I gotta go do some other shit, do me a favor, stick around for 5 minutes, check out Thick Mike's stream if you haven't been there already, drop the man a follow. I think you'll have a good time over there. He's a good friend, personal friend of the stream, very talented streamer, and he also does some gaming. We are going to be back Thursday, March the 4th. I'm thinking we might do a community game night. If you guys are into playing like some Among Us or some Titanfall 2 or something, we haven't done a community game night since like the new year. So I think we should do one. That's what I'm thinking we're going to do Thursday, March the 4th. And then we will be back as of March the 7th with some more miniature painting. Probably Warcaster again. I'm going to be doing it for a little while I get these forces together. And I'll be sure that I slip in some Battletech either on the 7th or on the 9th. Guys, huge thank you to everybody who came out today. Oh my god, thank you for the follows. Thank you so much thank you for the raid. Thank you for the subs. And a huge thank you as always to my just absolutely incredible mod team, Project Dark Fox, Kursala, and Riot Sister. Your help means the absolute world to me. Hit me up, Friendly Pyro, on Discord, if you don't mind. I'm going to send you over to Thick Mike now. Oh, it's Kursala's birthday. We'll work something out. I got to go get something to eat, so until next time, keep on painting.